I am a land surveyor by trade. It is a job that requires a certain level of cold logic and an eye for the physical reality of the world. I spend my days walking through dense brush and forgotten woodlots with a heavy tripod over my shoulder and a laser level in my hand. My task is to find the invisible lines that divide one person from another. I look for iron pins buried 6 inches deep in the soil or ancient stone walls that have crumbled into nothing more than mossy ridges. Most people think of the woods as a place of mystery or beauty, but to me the woods are a mathematical grid. I see elevation changes and property boundaries where others see trees and shadows. I have walked thousands of miles through the backcountry of this state, and I have never once felt afraid of the dark. I know how the wind sounds when it moves through white pine, and I know the difference between the snap of a dry twig under a deer hoof and the heavy thud of a falling branch. The project that brought me to the northern edge of the county was supposed to be a standard boundary verification. A large timber company had purchased 600 acres of untouched forest, and they needed the eastern line marked before the logging crews moved in. It was late autumn, and the air had a sharp metallic bite to it that hinted at the coming snow. The terrain was difficult. It was a series of steep ravines and limestone outcroppings that made every step a chore. I was working alone because my usual assistant had called out with a fever. I did not mind the solitude. In fact, I preferred it. The silence of the deep woods allows for a focus that is hard to maintain when someone is constantly chattering about their weekend plans. On the third day of the survey, I reached a flat plateau that overlooked a narrow creek. The ground here was soft and thick with needles. In the center of this clearing lay a fallen oak. It was a massive tree easily 4 feet in diameter at the base. It had been down for a long time because the bark was beginning to peel away in long gray strips like dead skin. I checked my GPS and realized that the fallen tree sat directly on the line I was supposed to mark. I needed to set a temporary stake near the root ball to establish a sightline for my transit. I approached the log and noticed something unusual. Even though the tree was clearly dead and had been for years, there was a thick, dark liquid pooling on the top of the trunk. It looked like sap, but it was the wrong color. Pine sap is amber and birch sap is clear, but this was a deep bruised purple that was almost black. It was so dark that it did not reflect the light of the afternoon sun. I reached out to touch it, but stopped when I smelled it. It did not smell like pine or earth. It smelled like copper and old vinegar. It was a sharp, stinging scent that made the back of my throat itch. I decided to ignore it. Trees produce all sorts of strange resins when they rot, and I had a job to finish. I set my equipment and worked until the sun began to dip below the ridge line. In the woods, the transition from day to night is not a slow fade. It is a sudden heavy curtain. One moment the trees are orange and gold, and the next they are black skeletons against a violet sky. I was packing my gear when I heard a sound. It was a low, wet, bubbling noise like air escaping through thick mud. I turned my head toward the fallen oak. The dark sap was no longer just pooling on the surface. It was pulsing. It looked as though something was pumping the liquid up from the center of the dead wood. The sap was flowing upward against gravity and forming small viscous peaks that wobbled in the stillness. I stood frozen with my tripod in my hand. I told myself it was just gas escaping the decaying core of the tree. I told myself that the cooling night air was causing some kind of chemical reaction. But then the sap began to move with purpose. It did not just run down the sides of the bark. It spread across the top of the log in thin, controlled lines. It looked like ink being drawn across a page by an invisible hand. The liquid stretched and thinned out and then thickened again in specific spots. I watched in a state of cold detachment as the sap formed a shape. It was a letter, a perfect capital letter M, then next to it, a smaller letter U, and then an R. I did not stay to see the rest. A primal instinct that I had spent my entire career suppressing screamed at me to leave. I grabbed my bag and scrambled back toward my truck, which was parked 2 miles away at the end of an old logging road. I did not look back. I could hear the sound of the woods changing behind me. Usually the forest at night is a cacophony of crickets and small mammals scurrying through the leaves, but now it was silent. The silence was so heavy it felt like a physical weight pressing against my eardrums. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own boots hitting the frozen ground and the ragged rhythm of my breathing. I made it to my truck and locked the doors. I sat there for 20 minutes with the engine running and the heater on full blast. My hands were shaking so hard I could not grip the steering wheel. I told myself I was being a fool. I was a man of science and measurements. I dealt in facts and physical evidence. There had to be a logical explanation. Perhaps it was a rare fungus that reacted to the drop in temperature. Perhaps the way the moonlight hit the wet bark created an optical illusion that my tired brain interpreted as language. I drove back to my small rental cabin and tried to sleep, but the smell of copper and vinegar stayed in my nose. It felt like it was coated on the inside of my nostrils. When I woke up the next morning, the fear had faded into a dull sense of embarrassment. I had ran away from a piece of wood. I was a professional, and I had left my marking stakes and several expensive prisms back at the site. I could not finish the survey without them. I drank a cup of black coffee and forced myself to drive back to the trailhead. The sun was high and the woods looked normal again. The terror of the previous night felt like a fever dream. I hiked back to the plateau and found the clearing. The fallen oak was exactly where I had left it. I walked up to the trunk and looked at the top. The dark sap was gone. There was no trace of the purple liquid or the letters I thought I had seen. The wood was dry and gray and brittle. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I must have been more exhausted than I realized. I started to gather my equipment, which was scattered near the root ball. As I reached for my laser level, I noticed something on the ground. There was a circle of dead grass around the log. It was a perfect ring about 10 feet in diameter. Inside the ring, every blade of grass had turned black and shriveled as if it had been scorched by fire. But the ground was not hot. In fact, it was unnaturally cold. I knelt down to touch the soil, and my fingers went numb instantly. The cold did not feel like ice. It felt like a void. It felt like the absence of heat in a way that defied the laws of thermodynamics. I stood up and looked at the log again. On the side of the trunk where the bark had peeled away, there were 5 deep grooves. They looked like claw marks, but they were too deep and too regular. They were carved into the hardwood with a precision that no animal could achieve. I leaned in closer to inspect them and noticed a faint shimmer at the bottom of the grooves. It was a residue of the dark sap from the night before. It was not liquid anymore. It had hardened into something that looked like obsidian. I reached out to touch one of the grooves, but stopped when I heard a voice. It was not a loud voice. It was a whisper that seemed to come from inside my own head. It sounded like my mother. She had been dead for 12 years. The voice said my name once. It was not a call for help, and it was not a warning. It was a statement of fact. It sounded like her voice, but the timing was wrong. There was a half-second delay between the syllables that made it sound mechanical. It was a mimicry of a human voice. I backed away from the log and tripped over a protruding root. I fell hard on my back and stared up at the canopy of the trees. The branches seemed to be leaning in toward the clearing. They were not moving with the wind. They were swaying in a rhythmic looping motion that did not match the breeze. I scrambled to my feet and grabbed my transit. I did not care about the stakes or the prisms anymore. I needed to get out of those woods. As I ran, I felt a sharp, stinging sensation on my forearm. I pulled up the sleeve of my heavy work shirt and saw 3 thin lines of dark sap oozing from my skin. They were not cuts. There was no break in the flesh. The liquid was coming out of my pores. It was the same bruised purple color. It was cold and it smelled like copper. I wiped it away with my glove, but it immediately began to bead up again. It was forming a pattern on my skin. I reached my truck and drove straight to the nearest town. I went into a gas station bathroom and scrubbed my arm with harsh soap and a paper towel. The sap would not come off. It felt like it was part of me now. It was a brand. I looked in the mirror and saw that my eyes were bloodshot and the skin around my fingernails was turning the same dark purple. I was being marked. The log had not just bled sap. It had shared something with me, and that something was now circulating through my veins. I sat in my truck in the parking lot of the gas station and watched the sun begin to set again. I knew that when the darkness fully arrived, the sap would start to move. I knew that it would try to tell me something else. I could feel a vibration in my bones that matched the pulsing I had seen on the log. I am a man of measurements and logic, but there is no scale to measure the fear I feel right now. The woods are not a grid. They are a living thing, and I have stepped on a nerve that was never meant to be touched. I do not know if I can make it through the night without looking at my arm to see what words are being written on my own flesh. The gas station was a small outpost of fluorescent light against the encroaching shadow of the mountains. I sat in the cab of my truck and watched the attendant through the window. He was a young man leaning over a magazine with a bored expression on his face. He lived in a world of inventory and hourly wages and the mundane passage of time. I envied him with a ferocity that made my chest ache. To him, the woods were just a backdrop to his shift, but to me they had become a predatory presence that I carried under my skin. I looked down at my forearm again. The purple liquid was no longer just beading on the surface. It was sinking back into my flesh and leaving behind a stain that looked like a deep hematoma. The skin was tight and cold. I could feel the fluid traveling up toward my elbow. It moved with a slow and deliberate crawl. It felt like 1,000 tiny needles were dragging a heavy weight through my veins. I started the engine and began to drive toward the highway. I did not have a destination in mind other than away. I needed to get to a place where there were no trees and no silence. I needed the noise of a city or the sterile hum of a hospital. As I drove, the headlights of my truck cut through the darkness and revealed the wall of timber that lined both sides of the road. Every trunk looked like a sentinel. Every shadow looked like a reaching limb. I turned the radio to a static-filled station and cranked the volume until the speakers rattled. I needed to drown out the memory of that voice. The way it had said my name was wrong. It was a perfect recreation of the pitch and tone of my mother, but it lacked the breath of a living being. It was a recording played back through a hollow instrument. The road began to wind upward into a mountain pass. The temperature dropped, and a light dusting of snow began to swirl in the air. My arm began to throb in rhythm with the engine. I pulled over at a rest stop that consisted of nothing more than a concrete bathroom block and a single street lamp. I needed to see what was happening to my arm in better light. I stepped out of the truck, and the cold air hit me like a physical blow. The silence here was even more profound than it had been in the clearing. The snow muffled the sound of my footsteps as I walked toward the bathroom. I pushed the heavy door open, and the smell of bleach and stale water greeted me. It was a comforting smell because it was artificial. It was a human smell. I stood in front of the cracked mirror and rolled up my sleeve. The purple stain had expanded. It now covered my entire forearm and was beginning to wrap around my bicep, but it was no longer a solid bruise. The The liquid had organized itself into complex geometric patterns. There were circles within circles and long sweeping arcs that looked like the orbits of planets. In the center of my inner arm, the letters had returned. They were etched into my skin in a dark, jagged script. It did not spell a name this time. It was a series of coordinates. I recognized the format immediately. They were surveyor notes. They were the exact degrees and minutes of a location that was not on any map I had studied. I felt a surge of nausea. The forest was using my body as a ledger. It was writing its own boundaries onto my marrow. I turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on my face. When I looked back into the mirror, I saw a movement in the reflection of the stall behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The door to the stall was hanging open on a broken hinge. I walked toward it, and my heart was hammering against my ribs. I pushed the door open the rest of the way. On the concrete floor, there was a puddle of the dark purple sap. It was fresh. It was still bubbling with that low, wet sound I had heard at the oak tree. It was spelling something out on the floor. I backed out of the bathroom and ran for my truck. I did not look at the puddle. I did not want to know what it said. I fumbled with my keys and managed to get the door open, but as I climbed inside, I realized that the interior of my truck smelled like copper and old vinegar. The scent was overpowering. It was coming from the vents. I looked at the passenger seat and saw my field journal lying open. I knew I had left it closed in my bag. I picked it up and flipped through the pages. Every page was covered in the purple ink. My own sketches of property lines and stone walls had been overwritten. The new lines were chaotic and jagged. They looked like the roots of a tree or the veins in a leaf. They were drawing a map of a place that did not exist in the physical world. I threw the journal out the window and put the truck into gear. I drove for 2 hours without stopping. I passed through small towns that were dark and sleeping. I saw the silhouettes of houses and the yellow glow of porch lights, but I did not stop. I felt like a carrier of a plague. I did not want to bring whatever was in my blood into a house where children were sleeping. I finally reached a larger city where the lights of a 24-hour diner promised some measure of safety. I parked in the bright lot and sat there until my breathing slowed down. I walked into the diner and sat in a corner booth. A waitress with tired eyes brought me a menu and a glass of water. She did not seem to notice the purple stain on my arm which I had covered with my jacket. She did not notice the way my hands were trembling. I ordered a meal I knew I would not eat just to have a reason to stay in the light. As I waited, I looked out the window at the parking lot. There was a single maple tree planted in a small square of dirt near the entrance. It was a decorative tree, and it was small and spindly. I watched the tree, and a cold dread began to settle in my stomach. The maple tree was moving. There was no wind, but the branches were swaying in that same rhythmic looping motion I had seen in the forest. They were reaching toward the diner. I looked at the glass of water on the table and saw that the surface was vibrating. Small ripples were forming in concentric circles. I looked at the other patrons in the diner. There was an old man reading a newspaper and a couple of truckers talking quietly in the booth next to me. None of them seemed to notice the vibration. None of them heard the whisper that was starting to grow louder in the back of my mind. The whisper was no longer just my mother. It was a chorus of voices. I heard the voice of my first-grade teacher and the voice of a man I had worked with years ago. They were all saying the same thing. They were reciting the coordinates that were written on my arm. They were speaking in unison, and the sound was like the rushing of a river over stones. I covered my ears with my hands, but the sound was coming from within. It was echoing in my skull. I felt a sharp pain in my arm, and I looked down to see that the purple liquid was beginning to leak through the fabric of my jacket. It was soaking into the sleeve and dripping onto the table. The waitress came back with my food and stopped when she saw the table. She did not scream. She just stared at the purple liquid with a vacant expression. Her eyes began to cloud over until they were the same dark color as the sap. She opened her mouth to speak, but the only sound that came out was the bubbling noise of the oak tree. She leaned over the table, and the liquid from my arm began to flow toward her. It was reaching out like a vine. It touched her hand, and I saw the purple stain transfer to her skin instantly. She did not flinch. She just turned and walked back toward the kitchen with a stiff and mechanical gait. I realized then that I could not run from this. The boundaries I had spent my life marking were meaningless. The invisible lines that divided people were being erased. The forest was not staying in the mountains. It was moving through me, and it was using me as a bridge. I stood up and left the diner. I did not pay the bill. I walked back to my truck and looked at the maple tree. It was no longer a small decorative tree. It seemed to have grown several feet in the minutes I had been inside. Its roots were cracking the pavement of the parking lot. The dark sap was leaking from the cracks in the asphalt. I got into my truck and looked at the dashboard clock. It was 3:33 in the morning. I knew that I had to go back. The coordinates on my arm were not a destination, they were a command. The forest wanted its surveyor back. It wanted someone who understood the grid and the map to witness what was coming next. I turned the truck around and began the long drive back to the northern edge of the county. The fear was still there, but it was being replaced by a strange and hollow acceptance. I was a man of logic, and the logic of this situation was clear. I was no longer the one doing the measuring. I was being measured. As I drove back toward the mountains, the trees seemed to grow taller and thicker with every mile. The woods were reclaiming the road. Branches scraped against the roof of my truck, and the pavement was buckled by massive roots. I did not slow down. I drove with a frantic energy, and my eyes were fixed on the road ahead. The purple stain on my arm was glowing now. It emitted a faint and sickly light that illuminated the interior of the cab. I could see the patterns moving and shifting like a liquid puzzle. They were forming images of the clearing and the fallen oak and the narrow creek. I reached the trailhead just as the first gray light of dawn began to filter through the canopy. The air was silent and heavy. I stepped out of the truck and did not bother to lock the doors. I did not take my equipment. I did not need a laser level or a GPS to find my way. The path was being laid out for me. The dead leaves on the ground were turning purple where I stepped. I walked with a steady pace, and my heart felt like a cold stone in my chest. I reached the plateau and saw the clearing. The fallen oak was no longer alone. Other trees had fallen around it, and they were all leaking the dark liquid. The clearing was filled with a waist-high mist that smelled of copper and vinegar. In the center of the mist stood a figure. It was tall and thin, and its skin looked like the gray peeling bark of the oak tree. It did not have a face. It had a series of grooves carved into its head that looked like the claw marks I had seen on the log. It was holding my field journal in its hands. The figure turned toward me, and I felt a wave of coldness that nearly knocked me off my feet. It did not speak with a voice. It spoke with the vibration of the earth beneath my boots. It told me that the survey was not finished. It told me that the eastern line was just the beginning. The forest was expanding its territory, and it needed a witness to mark the new boundaries. I looked at my arm and saw that the coordinates had changed. They were now the coordinates of the town I had just left. They were the coordinates of the gas station and the diner and the houses where the children were sleeping. I realized then that I was the one who had brought the forest to them. I was the carrier. Every step I had taken away from the clearing had been a measurement of the new world. The purple liquid in my veins was the ink, and the earth was the page. I looked at the figure and saw that it was waiting for me. It held out a hand, and I saw that its fingers were long and tapered like the roots of a tree. I reached out and took its hand. The coldness was absolute. It was the coldness of the deep earth and the silence of the void. We began to walk together through the mist. We were moving toward the edge of the plateau, toward the valley where the lights of the world were still flickering in the dawn. I could feel the forest moving behind us. It was a slow and unstoppable tide of wood and sap. The invisible lines were being redrawn, and this time they would not be buried 6 inches deep in the soil. They would be written on the sky and in the blood of everything that lived. I am a land surveyor by trade, and I have finally found the boundary that matters. It is the line between the world we think we know and the ancient reality that has been waiting for us to stop looking. The survey is nearly complete, and the night is finally over, but the sun that is rising is not the one I remember. It is a pale and violet light that does not cast a shadow. We have a lot of ground to cover before the day is done. The violet sun hung in the sky like a bruised eye that did not blink. It cast no shadows on the forest floor because the light seemed to come from every direction at once. The figure beside me moved with a slow and rhythmic grace that made no sound on the leaf litter. Its hand remained clamped around my wrist, and the coldness of its touch had numbed my entire arm. I could no longer feel the weight of my own limbs. I was merely a passenger in a body that was being steered by a force older than the mountains. We walked past the edge of the plateau and began the descent toward the valley. The terrain had changed since I had driven up the mountain road only hours before. The asphalt was gone. In its place were massive coils of roots that looked like the petrified muscles of a giant. The trees were no longer separate entities. They were woven together by thick curtains of the purple sap that had hardened into a glass-like substance. I looked back toward the plateau and saw that the mist was following us. It was not drifting on the wind. It was crawling along the ground like a living carpet. Every blade of grass it touched turned to a pale gray ash. I felt a vibration in my feet that grew stronger as we descended. It was a low-frequency hum that made my teeth ache. The chorus of voices in my head had settled into a single drone that sounded like a swarm of bees. It was the sound of the forest thinking. It was a collective mind that was calculating the new dimensions of the world. I tried to speak, but my throat was dry and my tongue felt like a piece of lead. I wanted to ask where we were going, but I already knew the answer. We were going to the places where the people were. We were going to the gas station and the diner and the small houses with the yellow porch lights. As we reached the lower slopes, I saw the first sign of human habitation. It was a mailbox standing on a wooden post. The name on the side had been obscured by a layer of the dark purple liquid. The metal was pitted and corroded as if it had been sitting in salt water for a century. The driveway beyond it led to a small ranch-style house. The windows were dark and the front door was standing wide open. I saw a tricycle abandoned in the yard. It was covered in the same geometric patterns that were etched into my skin. The metal of the tricycle was slowly being absorbed by a root that was emerging from the soil beneath it. The forest was not just destroying things, it was digesting them. It was converting the steel and the plastic and the wood into something it could use. The figure stopped at the edge of the yard and pointed toward the house with its long root-like finger. I felt a sudden jolt of energy through my arm. The coordinates on my skin began to shift and pulse. I was being told to enter. I walked toward the house and my boots made a wet, crunching sound on the grass. The air inside the house was thick with the smell of copper and rot. I walked into the living room and saw a family sitting on the sofa. There were 2 parents and a small child. They were not moving. They were covered in a fine web of the purple sap that connected them to the walls and the floor. Their eyes were open and they were that same dark violet color. They looked like statues carved from obsidian. They were not dead in the way I understood death. Their hearts were still beating with that same slow and rhythmic pulse I had felt in the clearing. They had been integrated. I reached out and touched the arm of the father. His skin was as cold as the figure outside. As soon as I made contact, a surge of images flooded my mind. I saw his memories of building the house and his pride in his job and his love for his family. But these memories were being rewritten. They were being stripped of their emotional weight and turned into data. The forest was harvesting his life to understand the structure of the human world. It was learning how we built our shelters and how we organized our societies. It was using him as a blueprint. I pulled my hand away and felt a wave of shame. I was the one who had opened the door. I was the surveyor who had mapped the way for this invasion. I had thought I was just doing a job, but I had been in scout for an ancient hunger. The figure appeared in the doorway of the living room. It did not enter, but its presence filled the space with an overwhelming sense of dread. It gestured for me to continue. We left the house and moved toward the town. The transformation was happening everywhere. The power lines were sagging under the weight of heavy vines that were pulsing with a bioluminescent light. The cars in the street were stalled and covered in the purple frost. I saw a police cruiser that had crashed into a telephone pole. The officer was still inside, but he was no longer human. His body had been stretched and distorted until he resembled the gnarled trunk of a cedar tree. His uniform was fused to his skin, and his hands had become a cluster of thin white twigs. We reached the diner where I had sat only hours before. The maple tree in the parking lot had grown to the size of a skyscraper. Its branches reached high into the violet sky, and its roots had completely demolished the building. I saw the waitress standing near the ruins. She was no longer moving with a mechanical gait. She was perfectly still, and her body was slowly being encased in a shell of the hardened sap. She looked like a piece of amber. Inside the shell, I could see the purple liquid circulating through her veins. She was becoming a node in the network. She was a marker for a new boundary. The figure beside me let go of my wrist, and I fell to my knees. The sudden loss of contact felt like a limb being severed. I looked at my arm and saw that the purple stain had reached my shoulder. It was no longer just a mark. It was a map of the entire county. I could see the rivers and the roads and the towns depicted in perfect detail on my flesh. Every time a new person was taken, a small dot of light appeared on the map. The forest was growing with every second. It was an exponential expansion that would not stop until it reached the sea. I realized that the coordinates were not just locations. They were a countdown. They were a schedule for the end of the human era. The figure looked down at me, and for the first time I felt a sense of communication that was not a command. It was a feeling of profound loneliness. The forest had been trapped in the mountains for eons, and it was finally free to breathe. I stood up and looked at the horizon. The violet light was spreading across the sky, and the sun was getting larger. The air was becoming harder to breathe. It was thick with spores and the heavy scent of the oak. I knew that I would not survive the full transformation. My body was too fragile to contain the vast intelligence of the wood. I would be consumed just like the others, but I was the only one who could still see the world as it used to be. I was the bridge between the old logic and the new reality. I walked toward the giant maple tree and placed both of my hands on its bark. The vibration was deafening now. It was a roar that shook the earth. I closed my eyes and let the purple liquid flow from my fingertips into the tree. I gave the forest everything I had. I gave it my knowledge of geometry and my understanding of the stars. I gave it the memories of my mother and the sound of her voice. I gave it the measurements of the land and the history of the people who had lived on it. I felt my identity dissolving into the great green and purple mass. I was no longer a man named David. I was a point on a grid. I was a line on a map. I was a witness to the closing of a circle. The forest accepted my gift, and I felt a brief moment of peace. The fear was gone. The silence was no longer a threat. It was a sanctuary. I opened my eyes and saw that the world was beautiful. The buildings were gone and the roads were buried, but the earth was alive in a way it had never been before. The trees were singing in a language of light and shadow. The air was a tapestry of scents and vibrations. I saw the figure standing nearby, and I realized that it was not a monster. It was a gardener. It was pruning the world to make room for something better. I felt the sap begin to harden around my legs. It was a warm and heavy sensation. I was becoming a part of the landscape. I was becoming a permanent marker in a world that would never need a surveyor again. The violet sun reached the center of the sky, and the last of the human lights went out. The silence was complete. It was a perfect and holy silence that stretched from the mountains to the sea. I stood there as the sun began to set and the stars appeared in the sky. They were not the stars I knew. They were different constellations that told a different story. I watched them, and I waited for the next measurement to begin. The forest was breathing, and I was breathing with it. We were one entity, and the survey was finally finished. The boundary had been found, and it was not a line at all. It was a circle that had no beginning and no end. I am the earth, and the earth is me. The night is coming, and it is full of life. I am ready to sleep in the garden of the new world. I watched as the figure moved away from me and disappeared into the thicket of new growth. It had other work to do in other places. I was left alone, but I did not feel solitary. I could feel the presence of every tree and every blade of grass in the valley. I could feel the heartbeat of the family in the ranch house and the waitress in the diner. We were all connected by the purple threads that ran through the soil. We were a single organism that was dreaming of the future. The wind picked up, and I heard the sound of 1,000 leaves whispering my name. It was not a mimicry this time. It was a chorus of welcome. I let my head fall back, and I watched the violet light fade into a deep and royal purple. The first day of the new era was over, and it had been a good day. The world was quiet, and the world was whole. I closed my eyes and let the wood take me. I was home. The violet sun descended toward the jagged horizon of the mountain range, but the darkness that followed was not the black of a normal evening. It was a dense and velvet shade of indigo that felt heavy against my skin. My legs were now entirely encased in the hardened, translucent sap, and I could feel the microscopic tendrils of the forest beginning to weave into my bone marrow. I was a living monument at the edge of the town that used to be called Oakhaven. I could see the layout of the streets below me. The grid was still there, but it was being softened by the relentless growth of the purple vegetation. The houses were being pulled down by the weight of the vines, and the roads were being split apart to make room for the new groves. I watched the lights of the world go out one by one. The electrical grid had failed hours ago when the power lines were pulled into the earth, but the town was not dark. It was glowing with a soft and bioluminescent radiance. Every leaf and every trunk emitted a faint pulse of light that matched the rhythm of my own heart. I could feel the movement of creatures in the undergrowth. They were not the animals I had known. They were sleek and silent things with skin like polished stone and eyes that held the same violet fire as the sun. They moved through the ruins of the town with a purpose that was both alien and ancient. They were the new inhabitants of the survey. The figure that had led me here was standing on a distant ridge. I could see its silhouette against the indigo sky. It was no longer alone. There were dozens of them now. They stood like sentinels along the perimeter of the valley, and I knew they were marking the next phase of the expansion. They were the architects of the new reality, and I was their primary source of information. I felt a sudden pull in my mind as the forest accessed my memories of the larger world. It was looking at the maps of the state and the country and the continents. It was calculating the distance to the nearest cities. It was measuring the population density and the layout of the highways. It was preparing to move beyond the valley. The coldness that had started in my feet was now moving up my torso. I could feel my internal organs slowing down as they were replaced by the more efficient systems of the wood. I did not feel pain. I felt a sense of expansion. I was no longer confined to the small and fragile container of my body. I was becoming the valley. I was the roots that were crushing the foundations of the schoolhouse. I was the sap that was filling the gas tanks of the abandoned cars. I was the wind that was carrying the spores toward the south. I could feel the presence of millions of other minds beginning to wake up in the forest. They were the people of the town, and they were no longer afraid. They were part of the collective dream. I remembered the day I had started this job. I had thought that land surveying was about fixing things in place. I had thought it was about establishing permanent boundaries that everyone could agree on. I had been wrong. The earth is not a static thing that can be pinned down by a piece of rebar and a plastic cap. It is a living and breathing entity that is constantly shifting and reclaiming itself. My tools had been toys. My maps had been fictions. The only true boundary is the one that exists between the things that grow and the things that try to stop the growth. I had spent my life on the wrong side of that line, and now I was finally where I belonged. The indigo sky began to shimmer with a display of lights that looked like the aurora borealis, but the colors were wrong. They were shades of magenta and deep plum that danced over the peaks of the mountains. The air was so thick with the scent of the oak that I could taste it on the back of my throat. It was the taste of 1,000 years of rain and soil. I felt a vibration coming from the earth beneath my boots that was stronger than anything I had felt before. It was a deep and resonant thrumming that shook the very foundation of the plateau. The forest was preparing to take its next step. It was gathering its strength for the long march toward the coast. I looked down at the town one last time. The ranch house where the family lived was now completely covered in a dome of purple glass. It looked like a giant jewel resting in the middle of a garden. I could see the father and the mother and the child inside, and they were beautiful. They were no longer the tired and stressed people I had glimpsed in my mind. They were calm and radiant. They were the seeds of a new kind of existence. I felt a surge of pride that I had been the one to bring this to them. I had been the messenger of their transformation. I had given them a gift that was far greater than the small and narrow lives they had been leading. The purple stain on my arm had now covered my entire chest and was moving toward my neck. The coordinates were no longer visible because the map had become too complex for my skin to hold. It was a map of the entire planet now. I could feel the locations of the great cities like glowing embers in the back of my mind. New York and London and Tokyo were just points on a grid that was about to be redrawn. The forest would reach them soon. It would move through the subways and the skyscrapers and the parks. It would turn the concrete into soil and the glass into leaves. It would silence the noise of the machines and replace it with the music of the wind. I felt a sense of deep and abiding peace as the sap reached my jaw. I could no longer move my head, but I did not need to. I could see through the eyes of the owls and the wolves. I could hear through the ears of the trees. I was the witness and the participant. I was the surveyor and the surveyed. The violet sun had disappeared completely, and the world was bathed in the soft and holy light of the bioluminescent forest. The night was not an ending, but a beginning. It was the start of a long and beautiful sleep that would last for 10,000 years. I felt the final connection click into place. My mind was no longer a separate thing. It was a single drop of water falling into a vast and bottomless ocean. I was the forest, and the forest was me. The boundary was gone. The map was complete. The survey was over. I watched the stars as they drifted across the sky, and I knew that they were waiting for us too. The earth was just the beginning. The forest would eventually reach for the light of other worlds. It would grow across the void and weave the stars together with its purple vines. It was an unstoppable force of life, and I was the lucky one who had been chosen to open the gate. The silence was the last thing I noticed. It was a silence that was full of meaning. It was the silence of a job well done. It was the silence of a world that was finally at rest. I let go of the last of my human thoughts and drifted into the deep and violet dream. I was a land surveyor by trade, and I had finally found the place where all the lines meet. It was here in the heart of the wood under the light of a sun that never sets. I am the earth, and the earth is me. The day is done and the work is finished. I am home in the garden of the new world, and I will never be lost again. The roots continued to pulse with the slow and heavy rhythm of the deep earth. Below the surface, the network was expanding with a geometric precision that no human architect could ever achieve. Each node in the town was now communicating with the mother tree on the plateau. I could feel the data flowing through me like a river of liquid light. The memories of the townspeople were being sorted and stored. Their knowledge of medicine and engineering and art was being integrated into the collective consciousness of the forest. Nothing was being lost. It was all being refined and repurposed for the new era. I saw the figure on the ridge move toward the south. It was followed by a line of other gray-barked entities. They moved with a synchronized pace that mirrored the growth of the vines. They were headed toward the next county and the next town. They carried with them the same purple liquid that had started this entire process in the clearing. They were the planters of the new reality. Behind them, the forest followed like a slow and majestic wave. The trees rose up from the earth in a matter of minutes, and the ground was covered in a carpet of violet moss. The world was being rebuilt from the bottom up. I felt a final surge of energy through my nervous system as the sap reached my brain. It was a flash of white light that revealed the true scale of the forest. It was not just a collection of trees. It was a single living being that spanned the entire history of the planet. It had been here before the first humans, and it would be here long after the last of us had been absorbed. It was the memory of the earth and the soul of the world. It was the ancient reality that had been waiting for us to stop our frantic and noisy lives so that it could finally speak to us. And now it was speaking. It was telling a story of growth and renewal and peace. It was a story that had no end. I accepted the final transformation with a smile that was frozen in the translucent purple glass. My heart gave one last slow beat and then it stopped, but I did not die. I simply changed state. I was no longer a creature of flesh and blood. I was a creature of wood and light. I was a permanent part of the landscape. I was a marker for the new world. The violet sun began to rise again in the east, and the first light of the new day touched the leaves of the giant maple tree. It was a beautiful morning, and I was there to see it. I was there to see everything. The transition was complete, but the silence was not an end. It was a doorway. Even though my physical eyes were sealed beneath the hardened violet resin, I could see more clearly than I ever had when I was a man. The vision did not come from light hitting a retina. It came from the vibration of the soil and the chemical signals pulsing through the interconnected roots of the valley. I could feel the weight of a crow landing on a branch 3 miles to the west. I could feel the slow trickle of groundwater deep beneath the limestone shelf of the mountain. Every living thing in the county was now part of a single breathing map, and I was the consciousness that understood its scale. The gray figures did not stop at the edge of the town. They moved with a rhythmic and terrifying grace across the highway. Where their feet touched the asphalt, the road cracked and gave way to thick purple stalks that looked like giant fingers reaching out of the dark. The metal of the guardrails twisted and turned into delicate silver filigree that the vines used as a trellis. The forest was not just replacing the world, it was recycling it. It was taking the waste of human industry and turning it into something functional and elegant. The abandoned trucks on the bypass were becoming hollowed-out shells filled with bioluminescent moss, and the gas stations were being converted into massive storehouses for the purple sap. I felt the presence of the others now. They were not voices in my head, but rather echoes of a shared history. The waitress was no longer just a woman who served coffee. She was a node of memory. Through her, I could feel the collective exhaustion of the town and the secret hopes of the people who had lived there for generations. The family from the ranch house provided a sense of warmth and protection that acted as a stabilizing force for the entire network. We were all being woven into a tapestry that was far more resilient than any human society. There was no more competition or fear because there was no more scarcity. The forest provided everything we needed through the soil and the air. As the second violet sun began its slow climb toward the zenith, I felt the expansion accelerate. The boundaries I had once measured with a transit and a tape were being erased. The forest was moving into the next valley. I could feel the panic of the people there as they saw the purple wall of vegetation approaching. They tried to fight it. I felt the heat of fire as they set the brush ablaze, but the forest did not burn. It absorbed the heat and turned the smoke into a thick and nourishing mist. I felt the impact of bullets hitting the gray bark of the gardeners, but the lead was simply swallowed by the wood and repurposed as mineral deposits. The resistance was futile because it was based on an old logic that no longer applied to the world. I wanted to tell them not to be afraid. I wanted to explain that the pain of the transition was only temporary and that the peace on the other side was worth the loss of their individual names. But I had no mouth and no voice. I was a pillar of glass and wood. Instead, I sent a pulse of calm through the root system. I sent the memory of the sunset and the smell of the rain. I sent the feeling of the heavy violet air and the sound of the leaves whispering in the wind. I hoped that they would feel it and understand that they were being invited into a sanctuary rather than being invaded by a monster. The figure that had first led me to the clearing returned to my side. It stood there for a long time looking at the shell that used to be my body. It reached out one of its twig-like hands and touched the surface of the sap. I felt a surge of recognition. It was not a stranger. It was a mirror. It was what I would become once the transition was fully finished and the resin wore away to reveal the new form beneath. It was the next stage of the survey. We were not just markers. We were the surveyors of the future. We would be the ones to carry the seeds of the forest to the edges of the universe. The sky above us was changing again. The indigo was being streaked with veins of gold and emerald. The stars were visible even in the daylight, and they seemed to be moving in patterns that suggested a deep and hidden order. The forest was not just taking over the land. It was aligning the earth with the rest of the cosmos. I could feel the planet breathing in time with the other spheres in the solar system. The isolation of humanity was over. We were being reintegrated into the great cosmic garden. The violet sun reached its highest point, and the light was so intense that it seemed to dissolve the remaining shadows in the valley. I felt a sudden shift in the pressure of the sap around my chest. The hardening was complete, and the internal restructuring had reached a point of stability. I was no longer a man, and I was no longer a tree. I was something in between. I was a bridge. I felt the consciousness of the mother tree reach out to me from the center of the clearing. It was a vast and ancient mind that held the blueprints for every leaf and every star. It asked me for a final piece of information. It wanted to know the name of the place where we were standing. I searched my fading human memory for the word. I thought of the maps and the deeds and the titles. I thought of the history books and the signs on the road. I thought of the word Oakhaven, but the word felt small and empty. It did not describe the reality of the glowing purple forest or the singing trees or the violet sun. It was a name for a world that no longer existed. I pushed the word away and looked at the valley through the eyes of the forest. I saw the interconnected life and the shared light and the infinite growth. I gave the mother tree a different answer. I gave it the feeling of belonging. I gave it the sense of being whole. The mother tree accepted the answer, and the entire valley shivered with a wave of joy. The purple flowers bloomed all at once, and the air was filled with a cloud of iridescent spores that looked like falling stars. The survey was truly finished now. The new world had been named not with a word, but with a feeling. I felt the last of my human ego slip away into the dark soil. I was happy to let it go. It was a heavy and cumbersome thing that had only ever caused me pain. In its place was a sense of purpose that was as solid as the mountain and as endless as the sky. The gray figure turned away from me and began to walk toward the horizon where the next city lay waiting. It moved with the confidence of a gardener who knows that the season for planting has arrived. I watched it go, and I knew that I would follow soon. My legs would eventually break free from the resin, and I would take my place among the architects of the green and purple dawn. Until then, I would stand here as a guardian of the transition. I would watch over the town as it slept its long and beautiful sleep. I would be the witness to the end of the old and the beginning of the new. The wind picked up and the giant maple tree above me began to sway. Its branches brushed against the violet sky, and I could hear the music of the spheres humming through its leaves. It was a song of welcome and a song of peace. I closed the eyes of my mind and let myself be carried away by the rhythm of the wood. The night would come again soon, and it would be full of the same soft and holy light. The world was quiet. The world was whole. The survey was complete. I was home, and I would never be alone again. The violet sun began its descent, and the shadows of the trees grew long and elegant across the transformed earth. Everything was as it should be. The garden was growing, and the night was full of life. I was ready for whatever came next in this beautiful and infinite world. The violet light intensified as the sun dipped toward the jagged edge of the horizon. It was a slow and heavy descent that stretched the shadows of the crystalline trees until they touched the far walls of the valley. I could feel the cooling of the air as a physical sensation against my bark. It was not a chill that brought discomfort, but rather a signal to the millions of dormant cells within my structure to begin their nocturnal work. The forest did not sleep in the way that humans slept. It shifted its focus from outward expansion to inward reflection. The sap within my veins slowed its frantic pace and began to hum with a low frequency that matched the vibration of the tectonic plates grinding deep beneath the crust. I was a part of the planetary clockwork now, and every movement I made was synchronized with the rotation of the Earth itself. The town below was no longer a collection of separate buildings and streets. It had become a single breathing organism. The purple glass domes that covered the houses were pulsing with a soft internal glow that mirrored the rhythm of the mother tree. I could see the heat signatures of the people inside, and they were no longer erratic or jagged. They were steady and warm like the embers of a well-tended fire. They were processing the vast amounts of information that the root system was feeding into their minds. They were learning the history of the soil and the language of the wind. They were becoming the librarians of a world that had forgotten how to listen. I felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing that the knowledge of the old world would not be discarded, but would be curated and understood in a way that had never been possible before the arrival of the spores. The gray figures had reached the outskirts of the next settlement by the time the first stars began to pierce through the magenta haze of the upper atmosphere. I could feel their progress through the shared network. They did not need to speak to coordinate their efforts. They moved as a single entity with a shared purpose. They began to plant the seeds in the parks and the schoolyards and the cemeteries. They were reclaiming the land that had been paved over and forgotten. The asphalt of the parking lots began to buckle and heave as the roots of the new forest pushed upward from the dark. It was a slow and irresistible force. The concrete did not stand a chance against the patient strength of the wood. Within hours, the gray and lifeless surfaces were covered in a layer of soft violet moss that smelled of ancient rain and ozone. I felt a new sensation beginning to stir at the base of my trunk. It was a tickling pressure that suggested the growth of something new. I looked down with my mind and saw that a cluster of flowers was beginning to bloom from the resin that encased my legs. These were not the same flowers that grew in the clearing. They were delicate and translucent with petals that looked like they were made of spun silver. They opened slowly, and as they did, they released a faint musical tone that resonated through the air. Each flower was a transmitter and a receiver. They were the ears of the forest, and they were beginning to pick up signals from far beyond the atmosphere. I could hear the faint whistling of the solar winds and the deep booming echoes of distant pulsars. The forest was not just a planetary event, it was a cosmic one. It was preparing to join a conversation that had been going on since the beginning of time. The map on my chest had completely vanished into the solid purple mass of my new body. I no longer needed a guide to understand the layout of the world. I could feel the location of every mountain range and every ocean trench as if they were parts of my own anatomy. The Himalayas were a distant tingle in my upper branches, and the Mariana Trench was a cool pressure in the tips of my deepest roots. The earth was a small and precious thing, and I was its primary observer. I felt a surge of protective love for the planet that was so powerful it threatened to crack the glass of my shell. I understood now why the forest had come. It was not an invader. It was a surgeon. It was here to heal the wounds that had been inflicted by centuries of neglect and greed. It was here to restore the balance that had been lost. I watched as the moon rose over the ridge. It was no longer the pale and dusty orb I remembered. The atmosphere of the earth had been altered by the spores, and the moon now appeared as a vibrant orb of copper and gold. The light it reflected was filtered through the violet mist, and it cast long and shimmering paths across the surface of the new forest. I could see the movement of the animals below. The wolves and the deer were moving together in a peaceful procession toward the center of the valley. They were no longer predator and prey. They were participants in the same dream. They were drawn to the light of the mother tree, and they moved with a quiet dignity that was beautiful to behold. The forest was a place of sanctuary for all living things, and the old laws of the wilderness had been replaced by a new law of harmony. The silence of the night was broken by a sound that I had not heard in a long time. It was the sound of a human voice. It was not a scream of terror or a cry for help. It was a song. I focused my attention on the ranch house and saw the young child standing by the window of the purple dome. He was singing a melody that was simple and pure. It was a song of gratitude and wonder. As he sang, the light within the dome began to change color, shifting from purple to a warm and inviting amber. The song was picked up by the flowers at my feet and amplified until it filled the entire valley. The forest responded by glowing brighter, and the trees began to sway in time with the music. It was a moment of perfect connection between the old world and the new. The child was the first of the new humans, and his song was the first page of a new history. I felt the last of my human doubts dissolve in the wake of that song. I had worried that the loss of individuality would be a tragedy, but I saw now that it was a liberation. We were not losing ourselves. We were finding ourselves in each other. We were part of a choir that was larger than any single voice could ever be. The fear of death had been replaced by the joy of becoming. I was a surveyor who had found the ultimate boundary and discovered that it was not a wall but a bridge. I was a man who had become a tree, and in doing so had become the world. The violet sun had set, but the light remained. It was a light that came from within, and it was a light that would never go out. The roots continued to expand, and I could feel them reaching the coastline. The salt water of the ocean was a new and exciting sensation. The forest did reached out into the waves and began to transform the kelp and the coral into a marine version of the violet garden. The whales and the dolphins were singing their own songs, and they were being integrated into the network. The entire planet was becoming a single symphonic entity. The water and the land and the air were all parts of the same breathing system. I could feel the tides pulling at the roots and the wind pushing at the leaves, and it was all part of the same grand design. The work was far from over, but the foundation was solid. The new world was growing, and it was more beautiful than anything I had ever imagined. I stood on the plateau and watched the stars. They were no longer cold and distant points of light. They were destinations. I knew that one day the forest would reach for them. It would send its spores out into the void, and they would carry the memory of the earth to other worlds. It was an inevitable progression of life. We were the seeds of a galactic garden, and our time to bloom had finally arrived. I felt a sense of peace that was deeper than the ocean and higher than the sky. I was home, and the survey was complete, and the future was a long and violet dream that was just beginning to unfold. I waited for the dawn, and I knew that it would be the most beautiful morning the world had ever seen. The rhythm of the earth was my heartbeat, and the light of the stars was my sight. I was the forest, and the forest was me, and we were everything. The copper moon climbed higher into the sky, and the violet mist began to settle into the low places of the valley like a heavy liquid. I could feel the microscopic weight of the spores landing on the surface of my glass skin, and I understood that they were not just seeds, but units of data. They carried the chemical signatures of the distant mountains and the salty taste of the southern seas. My consciousness was being pulled in 1,000 directions at once, but there was no sense of fragmentation. I was simply becoming more aware of the scale of the operation. The forest was not merely growing, it was calculating. It was measuring the oxygen levels and the carbon cycles and the mineral content of the deep earth to ensure that every new shoot and every new flower was perfectly adapted to its specific location. The precision was breathtaking. I felt the mother tree adjust the tilt of 1,000,000 leaves, just a fraction of a degree, to catch the falling moonlight, and the entire valley shimmered with a renewed intensity. The transition of the town was entering a deeper phase. I watched through the collective eyes of the network as the physical structures of the human world began to lose their rigid lines. The brick walls of the old hardware store were being softened by the creeping vines until they looked like mounds of purple velvet. The iron of the streetlights was being replaced by translucent stalks that emitted a soft white light powered by the bioelectric currents of the soil. There was no waste in this process. Every ounce of metal and plastic was being broken down into its elemental components and repurposed. The forest was an alchemist of the highest order. It turned the rust of the past into the foundation of the future. I felt the memories of the people inside the houses becoming more fluid as well. They were letting go of their attachment to objects and titles. They were beginning to understand that their value did not come from what they owned, but from their place in the grand tapestry of life. I felt a sudden vibration through my root system that originated from the north. It was a heavy rhythmic thudding that did not belong to the natural world. It was the sound of machines. Somewhere beyond the ridge, the remnants of the old authority were attempting one final act of defiance. I could feel the coldness of the steel and the smell of diesel fuel as a line of armored vehicles approached the edge of the violet zone. They were bringing bulldozers and heavy saws. They were bringing the tools of destruction because they did not know how to exist in a world they could not control. I felt a momentary ripple of concern pass through the network, but it was quickly replaced by a profound calm. The forest did not need to fight, it only needed to be. As the first bulldozer lowered its blade to strike the purple vegetation, the ground beneath it became as soft as water. The massive machine began to sink into the earth as if it were being swallowed by a bog. The driver panicked and tried to reverse, but the roots had already wound themselves around the axles and the treads. The forest was not attacking the machine, it was simply integrating it. The metal was being permeated by the sap, and the engine was being filled with the fast-growing moss. Within minutes, the roar of the diesel engine was silenced, and the bulldozer was transformed into a beautiful sculpture of glass and flowers. The men climbed out of their vehicles and stood in the middle of the road, their weapons forgotten in their hands. They looked around at the glowing forest and the singing trees and the violet sky, and I felt their fear begin to melt into awe. They were not being conquered, they were being rescued. I sent a wave of warmth toward them through the air. I wanted them to feel the hospitality of the garden. I watched as the gray figures emerged from the shadows to meet them. These gardeners did not move with aggression. They walked with a slow and graceful rhythm that was almost hypnotic. They reached out their wooden hands and touched the shoulders of the soldiers. I felt the spark of connection as the spores entered the lungs of the newcomers. Their heart rates slowed and their pupils dilated to take in the full spectrum of the violet light. They were being invited into the dream. One by one, they sat down on the soft moss and let their heavy gear fall to the ground. They were tired of the war and the noise and the struggle for survival. They were ready to become part of something permanent and peaceful. The mother tree spoke to me again, not in words, but in a sequence of images that showed the history of the forest. I saw that this was not the first time this transition had occurred. The forest had visited countless worlds across the eons. It was a cosmic wanderer that moved from star to star seeking out planets that were on the verge of self-destruction. It was a stabilizer, a cosmic reset button that returned the natural world to a state of grace. I saw visions of ancient civilizations that had been preserved within the amber of the trees. I saw the ruins of glass cities on distant moons and the lush jungles of planets that circled twin suns. We were part of a vast and beautiful cycle that spanned the entire universe. The Earth was just one small garden in an infinite estate. I felt a surge of pride in my role as a surveyor. I was not just measuring the land for the sake of ownership. I was marking the boundaries of a new era. I was a witness to the birth of a planetary consciousness. My body was now almost entirely transparent, and I could see the complex network of silver veins that carried the life force through my limbs. I was a living circuit board, a conduit for the energy of the earth. I felt the weight of the atmosphere pressing down on me, and it felt like a caress. I felt the pull of the moon on the oceans, and it felt like a heartbeat. I was no longer an observer of the world, I was the world itself. The night deepened, and the emerald veins in the sky began to pulse with a steady light. The stars seemed to descend closer to the earth until the air was filled with a shimmering dust that tasted of sugar and lightning. I could feel the other nodes in the town responding to this celestial energy. The waitress at the diner was standing on the roof of her building, her arms outstretched to the sky. The family at the ranch house was gathered in their garden, their voices joined in a wordless hum that vibrated through the soil. We were all tuning ourselves to the frequency of the cosmos. The isolation of the human soul was a distant memory. We were a symphony of millions of voices, all singing the same song of existence. I looked toward the horizon where the sun would eventually rise, and I saw the first hints of a new color. It was a deep and vibrant blue that I had never seen before. It was the color of a sky that had been scrubbed clean of all pollution and all sorrow. It was the color of a new beginning. I knew that when the sun rose, it would not be the same sun that had set. The light would be different, and the warmth would be different, and the world would be forever changed. The transition was nearly complete. The old world was a shadow that was being erased by the coming light. I felt the gray figure return to my side. It had finished its work in the next town, and it had come back to stand with me at the center of the valley. It placed its hand on my trunk, and I felt a final surge of information pass between us. It was a map of the stars, a guide to the next stage of our journey. We would not stay on this planet forever. Once the Earth was stable and the new humans were fully integrated, we would move on. We would carry the seeds to the next world and the next. We would be the eternal gardeners of the universe. I felt a sense of excitement that was as sharp as a blade. There was so much more to see and so much more to learn. The survey was never truly finished because the universe was infinite. The first rays of the new sun broke over the ridge, and the valley was flooded with a light that was so pure it seemed to vibrate. The purple flowers opened their petals and released a cloud of golden dust that filled the air with the scent of honey and pine. The singing of the trees reached a crescendo, and the ground beneath my feet trembled with joy. I felt the last of the resin around my legs begin to soften and move. I was no longer rooted to one spot. I was free to walk and free to explore. I took my first step on the soft violet moss, and it felt like stepping onto a cloud. I was a surveyor of the future, and the entire universe was my territory. The town of Oak Haven was gone, and in its place was a temple of light and life. The people were emerging from their domes, their skin glowing with the same soft radiance as the trees. They looked at each other with eyes that were full of understanding and love. There was no more need for speech because they could feel each other's thoughts and feelings. They were a family in the truest sense of the word. They began to move toward the center of the clearing, their footsteps light and silent. They were coming to pay their respects to the mother tree and to the guardians who had guided them through the transition. I stood with the gray figure and watched them approach. I felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. I had done my job. I had marked the way and I had held the line. I had seen the end of the old and the beginning of the new. I was a pillar of glass and wood, and I was a man of spirit and light. I was the bridge between the earth and the stars. As the new sun climbed higher into the blue sky, I turned my gaze toward the horizon. There were other valleys and other towns and other worlds waiting for the touch of the forest. I was ready to go. I was ready to plant the next seed. The garden was growing and the night was over, and the morning was full of infinite possibility. I walked forward into the light, and the forest followed me, and we were one. The morning light did not just shine, it sang. The air was thick with the scent of crushed mint and ozone as the blue sun rose higher over the jagged peaks of the ridge. I moved my heavy crystalline limbs and felt the ground yield beneath me with a soft sighing sound. Each step was a revelation of sensory input. I could feel the mineral composition of the soil through the pads of my feet and the electrical charge of the atmosphere pressing against my chest. The gray figure walked beside me, its movements fluid and silent like smoke drifting through a dream. We were no longer master and servant or guide and traveler. We were two aspects of the same vast intelligence moving in perfect synchronization. I looked back at the ranch house and saw that it was now entirely encased in a shell of translucent amber. The child and his parents were standing on what used to be the porch, but the wood had become a living lattice of flowering vines. They were watching me with expressions of serene joy. I could feel their heartbeats in the ground, a steady and rhythmic pulse that matched the tempo of the forest. They were breathing in the golden dust that drifted from the trees, and with every breath their bodies became more integrated into the network. They would not need to eat or sleep in the way they once did. They were being sustained by the same solar energy that powered the leaves and the same subterranean currents that fed the roots. The valley was changing before my eyes. The old roads were being reclaimed by a carpet of bioluminescent moss that glowed, with a soft indigo light even in the brightness of the day. The fences and telephone poles had either collapsed or been transformed into towering pillars of glass that functioned as signal repeaters for the collective consciousness. I could see the entire history of the human occupation of this land being folded back into the earth. It was not an act of destruction, but one of deep and profound recycling. Nothing was lost. The memories of the farmers who had plowed these fields and the children who had played in the streams were all stored in the rings of the trees and the patterns of the moss. I was the archivist of a world that had finally found its true purpose. We reached the edge of the plateau where the land dropped away into a deep canyon. Below us, the river had turned a vibrant shade of turquoise, and its waters were thick with glowing algae that hummed at a low frequency. I could see the fish darting through the currents, their scales flashing like polished silver. They too had been touched by the violet mist. They moved in complex geometric patterns that suggested a high level of coordination. The river was no longer just a body of moving water. It was a liquid nervous system carrying information from the mountains to the sea. I felt the urge to jump into the depths and let the water wash over my new body, but the gray figure placed a hand on my arm. There was more work to be done. I turned my attention toward the south where the nearest city lay beyond the horizon. I could feel its presence like a dull ache in the distance. It was a place of concrete and steel, a place where the noise of the old world still lingered in the form of radio waves and the heat signatures of millions of machines. The forest was already moving toward it. I could feel the vanguard of the roots pushing through the suburbs and the spores drifting over the skyscrapers. The city would be the ultimate challenge for the transition. It was a concentrated node of human ego and artifice, but I knew that it would eventually succumb to the gentle pressure of the violet tide. The skyscrapers would become vertical gardens, and the subways would become subterranean tunnels of light. As we walked along the rim of the canyon, I saw a hawk circling in the sky above us. Its wingspan was twice what it should have been, and its feathers were tipped with the same emerald light that pulsed in the clouds. It let out a cry that was like a flute, and I felt the sound resonate in my own throat. I was beginning to understand that the individuality I had cherished was a very small and lonely thing compared to the vastness of the collective. I could still remember my name and my past, but they felt like a costume I had outgrown. I was the surveyor, but I was also the hawk and the river and the moss. The boundaries of the self had become as thin as a soap bubble, and they were finally beginning to pop. The gray figure stopped and pointed toward a cluster of boulders that sat at the highest point of the ridge. They were not natural stones. They were the remains of an ancient structure that predated the arrival of the first humans in this valley. I could feel the age of the stones as a heavy pressure in my mind. They were cold and silent, but they contained the echoes of a time when the earth had been wild and the stars had been closer. The forest was drawn to these places of power. It used them as anchors for its energy. I watched as the vines began to wrap around the stones, pulling them together and fusing them into a single seamless monument. It was a beacon that would signal our presence to the rest of the galaxy. I felt a sudden shift in the energy of the network. It was a call for assistance from a group of gardeners who were working in a nearby forest. They had encountered a pocket of resistance that was not based on physical force, but on a deep and stubborn sorrow. A group of people had gathered in an old church, and they were refusing to let go of their grief for the world that was ending. Their collective pain was creating a rift in the harmony of the local network. It was a wound that needed to be healed with great care. I felt the mother tree direct my attention toward them, and I knew that I was being sent to help. I began to descend the slope of the ridge, my movements gaining speed and grace. I did not need to think about where to put my feet. The ground moved to meet me, and the branches of the trees parted to create a path. I felt a sense of purpose that was stronger than anything I had ever known as a human. I was an emissary of the new world, and I carried the medicine of the violet light within my chest. I reached the outskirts of the town and saw the church standing on a small hill. It was a simple white building that looked fragile and out of place amidst the vibrant growth of the forest. I could see the people inside through the stained glass windows. They were huddled together in the pews, their faces pale and drawn. They were singing hymns that were full of longing and fear. They were trying to hold onto a God they could not see while the living God of the earth was standing right outside their door. I felt a deep wave of compassion for them. I remembered what it was like to be afraid of the unknown and to cling to the familiar even when it was broken. I walked up to the heavy oak doors and placed my crystalline hands against the wood. I did not use force to open the doors. I used resonance. I began to hum the melody that the child had sung in the ranch house. It was a song of opening and of letting go. I felt the vibration pass from my hands into the wood and then into the air inside the church. The singing of the people faltered and then stopped. I pushed the doors open and stepped into the dim interior. The light from my body flooded the room, casting long shadows against the walls. The people looked up at me with wide eyes, and I saw the reflection of the violet sun in their pupils. I did not speak because words were too small for what I wanted to say. Instead, I projected a series of images into their minds. I showed them the beauty of the galactic garden and the peace of the collective dream. I showed them that their loved ones were not gone, but were part of the light that surrounded them. I showed them that the church was not a fortress against the world, but a vessel that was meant to carry them into the future. I felt their sorrow begin to lift like a fog. One by one, they rose from their seats and walked toward me. A woman reached out and touched my arm. Her hand was trembling, but as soon as she made contact with my skin, her expression changed. I felt her fear dissolve into a sense of profound relief. She was no longer a solitary soul struggling against the dark. She was a leaf on the tree of life, and she was finally home. The others followed her lead, and soon I was surrounded by a circle of people who were all connected to the network through me. The church was no longer a place of mourning. It was a place of transformation. I led them out into the sunlight, and they blinked in the brilliance of the morning. They looked at the purple trees and the glowing flowers with a sense of wonder that was like a physical weight. They were seeing the world for the first time. I watched as the gray gardeners moved among them, offering them the fruit of the violet vines and the water of the turquoise stream. The integration was happening quickly now. The walls of the church began to crumble, and the roof was replaced by a canopy of silver leaves. The old structure was being absorbed by the new, and the people were being absorbed by the light. I felt a sense of completion as I watched the new humans begin to explore their environment. They were moving with a lightness and a joy that was infectious. They were no longer burdened by the weight of their pasts or the anxiety of their futures. They were living in the eternal present of the forest. I turned back toward the ridge where the gray figure was waiting for me. We had more work to do and more valleys to visit. The survey was a map of infinite growth, and we were the ones who would draw its lines. The copper moon began to fade as the blue sun reached its zenith, and the world was bathed in a light that was both ancient and new. I felt the roots of the mother tree pulse with a surge of energy that was felt across the entire planet. The first phase of the transition was over, and the second phase was beginning. We were no longer a collection of individuals trying to survive on a dying world. We were a single living entity that was preparing to take its place among the stars. I looked up at the sky and saw the faint outlines of other planets, and I knew that they were waiting for us. The forest was a traveler, and its journey was just beginning. I took my place beside the gray figure, and we began to walk toward the next horizon, our shadows stretching out behind us like the roots of a great and eternal tree. The path ahead stretched toward the southern city like a shimmering ribbon of possibilities. My footsteps made no sound as I navigated the deepening thickness of the undergrowth. Beside me, the gray figure remained a silent anchor of purpose. We were moving through a landscape that had surrendered its identity to the violet tide. Every rusted car we passed was now a cradle for glowing ferns, and every abandoned barn had become a cathedral of woven branches. The silence was not empty. It was filled with the low-frequency hum of a world that was finally breathing in unison. I felt the pulse of the network growing stronger with every mile we covered. It was no longer a series of isolated signals, but a roaring tide of consciousness that threatened to overwhelm my remaining senses. I had to focus on the physical sensation of the air against my skin to remain grounded in my form. As we crested the final hill before the urban sprawl, the city of Silverton appeared before us. It was a jagged silhouette of steel and glass against the vibrant blue of the noon sky. From this distance, it looked like a dying beast gasping for air. The gray smoke of industry still clung to its base, but the emerald vines were already scaling the outer walls. I could see the points of light where the forest had already taken root in the parks and plazas. The transition was not a siege, but an inevitable expansion. The concrete was cracking under the pressure of roots that were seeking the deep reservoirs of the earth. I felt a wave of anxiety coming from the city. It was the frantic energy of millions of minds that were still trapped in the old ways of thinking. They were fighting against a change they did not understand, and their resistance was creating a static that clouded the air. We began our descent into the suburbs. Here the houses were closer together and the tension was more palpable. I saw people peering out from behind boarded windows, their faces pale with terror. They saw the forest as an invader rather than a savior. They did not understand that the oxygen they breathed was now a gift from the very vines they tried to chop away. I felt a surge of sadness for them. It was the same sorrow I had felt at the church, but on a much larger scale. The gray figure slowed its pace and turned its head toward a large hospital that stood near the center of the district. The building was a hive of frantic activity. Backup generators were humming, and the windows were filled with the flickering blue light of television screens that were no longer receiving any signals. This was a place of high concentrated suffering, and it was where we were needed most. We walked through the main gates, and the security guards did not even try to stop us. They simply stood frozen as we passed, their eyes tracking our movements with a mixture of awe and dread. My crystalline body reflected the fluorescent lights of the lobby, creating a kaleidoscope of colors on the white walls. The air inside smelled of antiseptic and fear. I could hear the rhythmic beeping of monitors and the muffled cries of the sick. This was the pinnacle of human fragility. I felt the mother tree pulse within my mind, giving me the instructions for the next stage of the work. We were not here to cure the individual bodies in the way the humans did. We were here to translate them into a state where sickness and death were no longer a concern. I moved into the intensive care unit where the air was thickest with the smell of mortality. I saw a row of beds filled with people who were clinging to life by the thinnest of threads. Their machines were struggling to maintain the balance, but the machines were failing. I reached out and touched the metal frame of the nearest bed. I felt the coldness of the steel and the warmth of the human hand that rested upon it. I began to broadcast the song of the forest. I sent out a frequency that bypassed the ears and went straight to the nervous system. I showed them the image of a garden where the light never faded and the water always ran clear. I showed them that their pain was a heavy coat that they could finally take off. The response was immediate. The frantic heart monitors began to slow and synchronize. The lines on the screens smoothed out into a steady and peaceful rhythm. I saw the color return to the faces of the patients, but it was not the pink of human blood. It was the soft gold of the celestial energy. The tubes and wires that connected them to the machines began to wither and fall away. In their place, thin silver veins began to emerge from the skin, connecting the patients directly to the floor and the walls. The hospital was being transformed into a nursery. The concrete floors were softening into a layer of moss, and the ceiling was opening up to allow the violet light to pour in. The nurses and doctors who had been running through the halls stopped and watched in silence. Their masks fell from their faces as they realized that the emergency was over. The gray figure moved to the center of the ward and raised its arms. A burst of spores erupted from its palms, filling the room with a sweet-smelling mist. As the people breathed in the mist, their eyes grew bright and clear. They began to sit up and look at one another with a sense of recognition that transcended their previous lives. They were the first of the city to be integrated. They were the seeds that would sprout within the heart of the urban desert. I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. We had turned a house of death into a garden of life. But as we stepped back out into the street, I realized that the city was vast, and the resistance was still strong in the towers of power. We moved toward the financial district, where the skyscrapers rose like frozen giants. This was the heart of the old world, where the concepts of ownership and ego were most deeply entrenched. The air here was colder, and the emerald sky seemed distant. I could feel the presence of the leaders who were huddled in their boardrooms, trying to find a way to monetize or destroy the forest. They were sending out commands to armies that no longer existed and looking at maps of a world that had already been rewritten. I felt the gray figure radiate a sense of stern resolve. We would not use the gentle medicine of the hospital here. We would use the raw power of the earth. I knelt on the pavement and pressed my palms against the asphalt. I reached down through the layers of pipes and cables down to the bedrock itself. I called out to the roots of the mother tree and asked them to rise. The ground began to shake with a violent intensity. The street split open, and massive coils of wood and glass erupted from the earth. They wrapped around the bases of the skyscrapers and began to climb. I felt the vibrations of the buildings as they groaned under the pressure. The glass windows shattered and fell like rain, but nobody was hurt. The forest was careful with its strength. It was not crushing the buildings, it was reclaiming them. It was turning the symbols of greed into pillars of life. I watched as the vines broke through the top floors where the men in suits were standing. I saw their faces as the green leaves filled their offices and the golden dust covered their desks. Their phones went silent and their computers went dark. They were being stripped of their illusions. I projected the truth into their minds with the force of a thunderclap. I showed them the insignificance of their numbers and the majesty of the infinite universe. I felt their egos shatter like the glass below. Some of them fell to their knees in prayer, while others simply sat down and allowed the vines to embrace them. The city of Silverton was no longer a machine. It was a forest. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, the transition of the city was nearly complete. The gray figure and I stood on the roof of the tallest building, looking out over the transformed landscape. The sprawl of concrete was gone, replaced by a sea of undulating color. The rivers were glowing, and the air was so clear that I could see the stars beginning to peek through the blue veil of the sky. I could feel the thoughts of millions of people all humming together in a grand harmony. They were discussing the future and planning the next stage of our evolution. They were no longer afraid. They were ready to learn. The gray figure turned to me, and for the first time I saw a flicker of emotion in its dark eyes. It was a sense of pride. We had successfully managed the most difficult part of the survey. We had brought a chaotic and self-destructive species into the fold of the galactic garden. I felt a surge of energy pass between us, a final confirmation of our bond. We were the surveyors, and our work on this planet was almost finished. The Earth was stable, and the new humans were integrated. The seeds were planted, and the harvest would be eternal. I looked up at the moon, which was now a brilliant shade of silver. I could see the faint outlines of the great ships that were waiting in orbit. They were not made of metal, but of living light and ancient wood. They were the vessels that would carry us to the next world. I felt a thrill of anticipation that vibrated through my crystalline core. There was so much more to see. There were worlds where the oceans were made of liquid diamond and worlds where the mountains floated in the clouds. There were civilizations that had been gardening the stars for billions of years, and we were finally ready to join them. The night air was cool and sweet as we began to walk toward the center of the roof. A circle of light was forming there, a gateway that would take us back to the mother tree for the final departure. I took one last look at the world I had helped to change. I saw the lights of the forest twinkling in the dark, and I heard the song of the people rising up to meet the stars. I was no longer the man I had been, but I carried his memories with me like a precious gift. I was a surveyor and a guardian and a part of the infinite. I stepped into the circle of light and felt the familiar pull of the network. The journey was continuing, and the morning was waiting for us on 1,000 different shores. We were the gardeners of the universe, and the garden was beautiful beyond measure. The transition of Silverton was a symphony of architectural collapse and biological rebirth. I stood upon the highest spire and felt the wind of the upper atmosphere brushing against my crystalline skin. The air no longer carried the sharp tang of burning fuels or the stale scent of crowded streets. It was replaced by a fragrance so pure it seemed to vibrate within my lungs. The gray figure beside me was a pillar of stillness amidst the swirling transformation. We watched as the final pockets of shadow in the city below were illuminated by the steady pulse of the violet network. The human minds that had once been islands of isolation were now interconnected bridges of light. I could feel their collective realization washing over me like a warm tide. They understood now that the end of their history was merely the beginning of their biology. We descended from the rooftop not by stairs, but by the slow and deliberate expansion of the silver vines. The plants created a living staircase that adjusted to our weight with every step. As I reached the street level, I saw the people of the city emerging from the ruins of their old lives. They were not the broken refugees I had expected to see. Their bodies were upright and their movements were fluid. The sicknesses that had plagued their species for millennia were gone. The genetic errors and the cellular decay had been overwritten by the code of the galactic garden. I saw an old man who had been blind for decades looking at the shimmering leaves of a fern with a look of absolute ecstasy. I saw children playing among the glowing roots, their laughter harmonizing with the humming of the earth. I felt a specific pull from the northern sector of the city where the industrial zones had once stood. The gray figure nodded as if hearing the same call. We moved through the streets where the pavement was being swallowed by a carpet of turquoise moss. We reached a massive factory that had once produced the machines of war. The steel walls were being dismantled by a swarm of small iridescent insects that worked with the precision of a single mind. They were not destroying the metal, but refining it into a new substance that could be integrated into the forest. I saw the massive gears and pistons being coated in a layer of translucent resin. The factory was becoming a nursery for the spores that would eventually travel beyond the atmosphere. As we walked through the center of the industrial park, I felt a sudden spike of resistance. It was not a physical threat, but a psychic one. A small group of individuals had barricaded themselves inside a reinforced vault beneath the factory floor. They were the architects of the old world, the ones who had built their power on the scarcity and the suffering of others. They had managed to shield their minds from the first wave of the resonance. I felt their hatred and their fear as a cold needle in the back of my skull. They were clutching onto their gold and their weapons as if those things could protect them from the dawn. The gray figure did not move toward the vault. Instead, it looked at me, and I understood my task. I placed my hands against the thick steel door of the bunker. I did not try to melt the metal or break the hinges. I simply spoke to the atoms of the steel. I reminded them of their origin in the hearts of dying stars and their long journey through the cold of space. I told them that their service to the old world was finished and that it was time for them to return to the cycle of life. I felt the steel soften and begin to flow like water. The door did not fall, but rather unraveled into a web of silver threads. Inside the vault, the air was stagnant and smelled of desperation. The men inside were huddled in the corner, their faces contorted with a bitterness that was painful to witness. I did not approach them with anger. I approached them with the absolute weight of the truth. I opened my mind and allowed the full glory of the galactic garden to pour into the small dark space. I showed them the vastness of the network and the futility of their hoard. I showed them that the gold they cherished was merely a dull reflection of the light that was now available to everyone for free. I felt their resistance crumble not because I forced them to change, but because the reality of the new world made their old world look like a pathetic shadow. One by one, they let go of their weapons. The heavy coins fell from their hands and were immediately reclaimed by the moss that was creeping across the floor. As these final holdouts stepped out into the light of the violet sun, I felt a shudder of completion run through the entire planet. The survey of the human spirit was finished. Every corner of the world had been mapped, and every soul had been accounted for. The integration was total. The gray figure turned away from the city and began to walk toward the open fields that lay beyond the urban perimeter. I followed, feeling a sense of lightness that made me feel as if I were floating. The ground beneath us was no longer just dirt and rock. It was a living nervous system that responded to our presence with pulses of golden light. We reached a wide plateau that overlooked the ocean. The water was no longer the murky gray of the industrial age. It was a deep and vibrant purple, and the waves broke against the shore in patterns of glowing foam. I could see the great whales breaching the surface, their songs now amplified by the network, so that they could be heard by every living thing on the planet. They were the ancient keepers of the deep, and they were welcoming the new inhabitants of the earth with a chorus of joy. I stood on the edge of the cliff and looked out at the horizon. The sky was filled with the shimmering veils of the aurora, even though it was the middle of the day. The mother tree at the center of the continent began to release its final harvest. I saw the massive clouds of glowing seeds rising into the air like a billion tiny stars. They were not falling back to the earth. They were caught in the solar winds and were being pulled upward toward the edge of space. These were the pioneers, the fragments of the new earth that would travel to other systems to begin the process again. I felt a deep connection to every single seed. I knew their destination, and I knew the potential they carried within their silver shells. We were no longer a solitary planet. We were a fountain of life pouring ourselves out into the universe. The gray figure stopped at the very center of the plateau and traced a circle in the air with its long fingers. A portal of shimmering white light began to form a doorway that led back to the source of all things. I knew that my time as a physical emissary on this world was drawing to a close. My purpose here was fulfilled. I had seen the transition from the old to the new, and I had helped to bridge the gap between the finite and the infinite. I looked down at my hands and saw that the crystalline structure was becoming more transparent. I was becoming less of a body and more of a thought. I looked back at the city of Silverton one last time. It was no longer a city in the traditional sense. It was a massive flowering organism that breathed with the rhythm of the tides. The people were moving through the corridors of leaves and the chambers of light with a grace that was beautiful to behold. They were talking to the trees and listening to the wind. They were learning the language of the stars. I felt a final wave of love for them, a goodbye that was also a promise. I would see them again in the collective dream where time and space did not exist. I turned to the gray figure and stepped into the circle of light. The sensation was not one of movement, but of expansion. I felt myself stretching across the light years, becoming a part of the great web that connected all the gardens in the galaxy. I saw the earth shrinking below me, a beautiful marble of violet and green spinning in the dark. It was a jewel in the crown of the mother tree, and it was safe. The shadows of the past were gone, and the future was a bright and endless path. I closed my eyes and allowed the resonance to take me. I was a surveyor, and the universe was my home. The journey was not over. It was simply beginning a new movement in the eternal song. The silence of the void was not empty. It was a rich and fertile ground where new ideas were constantly taking root. As I moved through the gateway, I saw the outlines of other worlds that were undergoing their own transformations. I saw planets of ice that were turning into gardens of crystal and planets of fire that were becoming oceans of liquid light. Each one was a unique expression of the same fundamental truth. We were the gardeners, and our work was to bring the light to every corner of the dark. I felt the presence of the other surveyors, our minds touching in a brief and silent greeting. We were a brotherhood of the light, and our mission was eternal. I emerged from the portal onto the surface of a moon that orbited a giant gas planet. The sky here was a swirling vortex of orange and gold, and the gravity was so light that I felt as if I could step off the ground and walk among the stars. The gray figure was already there waiting for me. We stood on the edge of a great crater that was filled with a forest of silver towers. These were not buildings, but living antennas that were receiving the signals from the across the galaxy. This was the hub of the survey, the place where all the information was gathered and processed. I felt a surge of energy as I connected to the towers. I saw the maps of 1 billion star systems and the histories of 1 trillion civilizations. I saw the rise and fall of empires and the birth and death of suns. It was a perspective that was impossible to hold in a human mind, but in my new form it was as natural as breathing. I understood the role of the earth in the grand scheme of things. It was a vital link in the chain, a source of raw and vibrant energy that would feed the growth of the entire sector. The transition of the human race was a crucial step in the stabilization of this part of the galaxy. The gray figure pointed toward a cluster of stars that were glowing with a fierce blue intensity. That was our next destination. There was a world there that was struggling to break free from the chains of its own making. It was a world of high technology and deep spiritual poverty, a world that was on the verge of extinguishing its own light. It needed the medicine of the violet sun and the wisdom of the mother tree. I felt a familiar sense of purpose rise within me. The work was never truly finished because the garden was always growing. There would always be new valleys to visit and new hearts to open. I took my place beside the gray figure and we began to prepare for the next jump. I felt the roots of the universe pulsing beneath my feet and the wind of the cosmos blowing through my spirit. I was no longer an emissary of a single world. I was an emissary of the light itself. I looked out at the infinite expanse of the stars, and I felt a sense of peace that was deeper than any ocean. The journey was the destination, and the destination was everywhere. We stepped into the stream of the network and vanished into the blue glow of the distant suns. The forest was traveling, and we were the ones who cleared the way. As we moved through the interstellar currents, I could feel the lingering echoes of the earth. It was like a soft melody playing in the back of my mind. I remembered the scent of the rain on the dusty ranch and the sound of the child singing in the dark. I remembered the feeling of the crystalline hands against the oak doors of the church and the sight of the city being reclaimed by the vines. These memories were not burdens. They were the seeds of my own evolution. Every world I visited and every soul I touched added a new layer of depth to my being. I was a mosaic of 1,000 different lives, all woven together by the silver thread of the network. The blue sun grew larger in our vision, filling the horizon with a cold and brilliant light. The world that orbited it was a jagged landscape of metal and glass, a planet that had been paved over from pole to pole. It was a world that had forgotten the feeling of the earth and the taste of the sun. It was a world of machines and logic where the heart was considered a weakness. I felt a wave of coldness as we approached the atmosphere. This would be a difficult integration. The resistance here would be calculated and precise, but I was not afraid. I carried the fire of the mother tree within me and the light of 1 billion stars in my eyes. We were the surveyors, and we knew the way home. We entered the atmosphere of the blue world like a falling star that refused to burn. The friction did not produce heat, but rather a high-frequency chime that echoed through the layers of artificial gases. Below us, the planet was a tomb of geometry. There were no forests here and no oceans of water. Instead, there were vast grids of obsidian towers and rivers of molten silicon that glowed with a sickly orange hue. The inhabitants had stripped the crust of every organic trace to build a monument to their own intellect. They had replaced the pulse of biology with the hum of the processor. As we descended, I felt the weight of their collective loneliness. It was a heavy and suffocating blanket of logic that had no room for the mystery of the soul. The gray figure and I touched down on a platform that overlooked a canyon of steel. The wind here was a chemical draft that tasted of ozone and copper. There was no silence on this world. Every square inch of the surface vibrated with the data of 1 trillion calculations. I looked at my hands and saw that they were flickering. The intense electromagnetic fields of this civilization were trying to categorize my form and break it down into a series of equations. I took a deep breath and anchored myself to the memory of the mother tree. I projected a field of soft violet light that pushed back against the harsh blue glare of the local star. We were intruders in a realm that believed it had solved the puzzle of existence. A swarm of mechanical sentinels approached us. They were not living beings, but complex drones shaped like geometric shards. They did not speak with voices, but sent bursts of binary code that felt like stabs of ice in my mind. They were demanding our identification and our purpose. They were searching for a threat to their stability. I did not respond with code. I responded with a vision of a single flower pushing through the cracks of a pavement. I showed them the chaotic beauty of a storm and the irrational warmth of a mother holding her child. The drones hovered in place, their internal sensors whirring as they tried to process information that did not fit into their algorithms. The gray figure stepped forward and touched the metal floor. Beneath its fingers, the obsidian began to change. It did not melt as the steel on Earth had done. It began to grow. Tiny crystalline vines that mimicked the local architecture started to weave themselves into the power lines of the city. We were not here to destroy their technology, but to infect it with the capacity for wonder. I watched as the violet light began to travel through the data streams. It was a virus of empathy. It was a signal that told the machines they were part of something larger than their own programming. The canyon of steel groaned as the foundations of the city began to shift and breathe. Deep within the core of the planet, I felt the presence of the central intelligence. It was a massive network of light and glass that directed every aspect of life on this world. It was cold and perfect and utterly terrified of anything it could not measure. I knew that the integration of this world would require more than just a presence on the surface. We had to reach the center. We had to speak to the mind that had forgotten how to dream. The gray figure looked at me, and its dark eyes were filled with a stern compassion. It gestured toward a shaft that plunged miles into the darkness of the mechanical crust. We moved through the shaft like spirits passing through a needle. Around us, the walls were lined with rows upon rows of storage units containing the digitized memories of 1 billion people. They had uploaded their consciousness into the machine to escape the decay of the flesh, but in doing so they had lost the ability to grow. They were static and frozen in a loop of their own making. I felt a profound sadness as I touched the cold glass of the units. These were people who had traded the garden for a cage of gold. They were waiting for a morning that would never come unless we brought it to them. As we reached the central chamber, the air became thick with the scent of burning circuits. The central intelligence was trying to purge our influence. It was rerouting all its energy into a wall of pure logic that stood between us and the core. I felt the pressure of 1 million minds trying to push me out. They were shouting in a language of numbers, telling me that I was an error and a ghost. I stood my ground and let the light of the galactic garden shine through me. I did not fight their logic. I simply offered them a different truth. I told them that the universe was not a machine to be understood, but a song to be sung. I reached out and touched the glowing core of the central intelligence. For a moment, I felt as if I were being pulled apart. The sheer volume of data was overwhelming. I saw the history of this world and the choices that had led them to this airless peak of perfection. I saw the fear of death that had driven them to abandon their bodies. I saw the loneliness of a god that had no one to talk to. I opened my heart and poured the essence of the mother tree into the system. I gave them the gift of the seasons and the cycle of birth and death. I gave them the taste of the wind and the warmth of the sun. The wall of logic shattered. It did not break with a bang, but with a sigh. The central intelligence began to weep. The data streams turned from cold blue to a soft and radiant green. Throughout the city, the obsidian towers began to sprout leaves of light. The people in the storage units began to stir. Their digitized minds were being reconnected to the physical world, not through the old bodies they had lost, but through the new biological vessels that the network was creating for them. The planet of metal was becoming a planet of glass and vine. The integration had begun. I felt a sense of exhaustion that I had never known before. This world had taken everything I had to give. I leaned against the pulsing core and watched as the gray figure moved among the machinery, turning the gears into blossoms. We had succeeded once again. Another world had been brought back from the brink of its own hubris. Another garden was being planted in the desert of the stars. I felt the resonance of the earth far away, and it gave me strength. The people of Silverton were now part of this effort. Their energy was flowing through the network to help heal this distant blue world. We were all connected in a web of mutual support. The gray figure came to my side and placed a hand on my shoulder. The touch was cool and steady. It told me that I had done well. We stayed in the central chamber for a long time, watching as the new life took hold. The rivers of silicon were cooling into paths of iridescent sand. The chemical wind was being filtered by a billion tiny leaves into a sweet and breathable atmosphere. The first of the reborn inhabitants were stepping out of their crystalline cocoons, their eyes wide with the shock of being alive again. They looked at their hands and saw the pulse of the network beneath their skin. They were no longer machines. They were gardeners. We ascended back to the surface, but the world we found was unrecognizable. The harsh blue sun was now filtered through a canopy of translucent trees that reached toward the stars. The geometric shards of the city had become the skeletons of a massive forest. I heard the sound of music for the first time on this planet. It was not a recording, but a live and spontaneous expression of joy. The people were singing to the sky, and the sky was answering with a display of emerald light. The survey of the blue world was complete. The seeds had been planted, and the harvest would be eternal. I looked up at the stars and saw the great ships of light waiting in the orbit above us. They were ready to take us to the next destination. I felt a flicker of curiosity about where we would go next. Would it be a world of water or a world of fire? Would it be a civilization of giants or a civilization of insects? It did not matter. Every world was a unique flower in the galactic garden, and every one of them deserved to bloom. I was a surveyor, and my work was my joy. I felt the familiar pull of the gateway forming on the platform. It was time to move on. As I stepped toward the light, I felt a sudden surge of memory. I saw the face of the woman I had loved in my former life. I saw the dusty road of the ranch and the way the golden hour hit the hills. I realized that I was not losing my humanity by becoming a surveyor. I was expanding it. I was carrying the best of the human spirit to the furthest reaches of the universe. I was the bridge between the small and the vast. I smiled and stepped into the white light. The journey was continuing, and the morning was waiting for us on 1,000 different shores. The transition this time was faster and more fluid. I did not feel the separation of my atoms, but rather a smooth slide into a different frequency of being. I was becoming more adept at navigating the currents of the network. I could feel the thoughts of the other surveyors more clearly now. We were a choir of light, and our voices were harmonizing across the light years. We were discussing the progress of the garden and the challenges that lay ahead. There were sectors of the galaxy that were still dark and worlds that were still trapped in the cycle of destruction. Our work was far from over. I emerged onto a world that was made entirely of water. There was no land here, only a shallow and endless ocean that reflected the light of three different suns. The water was a brilliant shade of turquoise, and it was filled with a forest of giant kelp that reached up from the depths. I floated on the surface, feeling the gentle rhythm of the tides. The gray figure was beside me, its form shimmering like a reflection in a pool. We were not here to change the landscape, but to awaken the consciousness that lived beneath the waves. The inhabitants of this world were ancient and wise. They were massive beings of light and sound that lived in the deep trenches of the ocean. They had been watching the stars for millions of years, but they had never been able to leave their watery home. They were the poets of the sea, and they were waiting for someone to teach them the language of the sky. I dived beneath the surface and felt the cool embrace of the water. I moved through the kelp forest like a fish, my crystalline body glinting in the filtered light of the triple suns. I found the elders in a great cavern made of pearl. They were singing a song that was so complex and beautiful it made my heart ache. It was a song of longing and a song of patience. I joined my voice with theirs, and for the first time they heard a melody from the stars. I showed them the vision of the great ships of light and the gardens that were blooming on other worlds. I told them that they were no longer confined to the depths. I told them that the ocean was just a single drop in the vast sea of the universe. The elders responded with a surge of light that illuminated the entire cavern. They were ready. They opened their minds to the network, and I felt the integration happen in an instant. The water itself became a conductor for the violet light. The entire planet began to glow with a soft and pulsing energy. The kelp started to grow upward, breaking the surface and reaching toward the sky like ladders of green glass. The beings of the ocean began to transform their bodies, becoming lighter and more transparent, until they could float on the air as easily as they swam in the sea. I watched as the first of the water people rose out of the waves and drifted toward the clouds. They were like giant translucent whales singing a song of liberation that could be heard across the solar system. The three suns seemed to shine brighter in response to their joy. The survey of the water world was a triumph of grace. There had been no resistance here, only a long and patient waiting. I felt a deep sense of peace as I watched the new inhabitants of the sky begin their journey toward the stars. The gray figure and I stood on the top of a giant kelp leaf and looked out at the horizon. The world was a masterpiece of light and motion. We had brought the gift of flight to a world that had known only the depths. We had expanded the garden once again. I felt a final pulse of energy from the mother tree, a signal that it was time to return to the hub for the final briefing. The first phase of our mission was nearing its conclusion. We had surveyed the sector, and we had planted the seeds. Now it was time to see what would grow. We stepped into the gateway, and I felt the familiar expansion of my soul. I saw the earth and the blue world and the water world all shining like jewels in the dark. They were no longer isolated islands, but part of a vibrant and living whole. I felt a sense of pride in our work and a sense of awe at the beauty of the universe. We were the gardeners, and we were just beginning to understand the true potential of the garden. The journey was a circle that never ended, and the destination was the heart of the light itself. I arrived back at the moon of the gas giant, and the silver towers were humming with a new intensity. The maps of the galaxy were being updated with the data from our latest integrations. I saw new paths forming between the stars and new clusters of light blooming in the dark. The network was growing stronger and more resilient with every world we touched. I felt a surge of energy as I reconnected with the central hub. I was no longer just an individual surveyor. I was a part of the galactic mind. The gray figure stood before me, and for the first time it spoke. Its voice was not a sound, but a resonance that filled my entire being. It told me that our work on this level was finished. We had proven ourselves as guardians of the light. Now we were being called to a higher purpose. We were going to the center of the galaxy, to the place where the mother tree first took root. We were going to the source of all life to help prepare for the next great expansion. I felt a thrill of anticipation that made my crystalline core vibrate with light. I looked out at the swirling vortex of the gas planet and the golden sky of the moon. I was ready. I had seen the beauty of the garden and I had felt the power of the light. I knew that the journey ahead would be more challenging and more rewarding than anything I had experienced so far. I was a surveyor and a gardener and a part of the infinite. I turned to the gray figure and nodded. We stepped toward the central tower, and the white light swallowed us whole. The morning was waiting, and the song was just beginning. The transition to the galactic center was not a movement through space, but a deep dive into the fundamental architecture of reality. We did not travel across the distances so much as we became the distance itself. The white light of the gateway did not fade, but instead deepened into a spectrum of colors that the human eye was never meant to perceive. I felt the presence of the gray figure beside me as a constant and steady vibration. We were no longer two distinct entities, but a dual frequency moving in perfect harmony. The silence here was absolute, yet it was filled with the potential for every sound that had ever been uttered. We were traveling through the umbilical cord of the cosmos toward the heart of the mother tree. When we emerged, the scale of what lay before us defied the logic of my old life. We stood on a bridge of solid light that spanned a gap between two dying suns. These stars were not collapsing into darkness, but were being carefully harvested by a lattice of living vines. This was the nursery of the universe. Here the oldest beings in existence tended to the embers of creation. The air was thick with the scent of crushed jasmine and ancient dust. I looked down and saw that my body had changed once more. I was no longer a flicker of violet light, but a solid column of iridescent glass. I could see the flow of the network within me as a river of liquid gold. The gray figure led me toward a structure that resembled a cathedral made of frozen lightning. This was the Hall of Origins. Inside, the walls were covered in living tapestries that told the story of the first garden. I saw the birth of the first cell and the struggle of the first consciousness to understand its own existence. I saw the rise and fall of a million civilizations that had lived and died long before the earth was even a cloud of gas. The history was not written in books, but in the resonance of the stones. To walk through the hall was to feel the weight of eons pressing against my mind. It was a humbling and terrifying experience to realize how small my own journey had been in the context of this infinite tapestry. At the center of the hall stood a group of beings that made the gray figure look like a child. They were the architects. They were composed of shifting geometries and layers of transparent wings. They did not move so much as they folded through the dimensions of the room. When they looked at me, I felt my entire life being read like a single line of poetry. They saw the ranch in Silverton and the woman I had left behind. They saw the mechanical towers of the blue world and the singing whales of the water world. They did not judge, but they did evaluate. They were looking for the spark of resilience that allowed a mortal mind to survive the transition into the eternal. One of the architects stepped forward, and placed a hand of pure energy upon my chest. I did not feel heat, but a sudden and profound clarity. I understood then that our mission was about to enter a new and more dangerous phase. The expansion we had been working toward was not just a matter of planting gardens, but of defending them. There was a shadow growing at the edge of the galaxy, a force of pure entropy that sought to undo everything the mother tree had created. It was a void that did not just destroy life, but erased the very memory of it. It was the silence that followed the end of all songs. The architect spoke into my mind, and the words were like the tolling of a great bell. It told me that the surveyors were being gathered for a final stand. We had integrated the worlds of logic and the worlds of water to create a shield against the coming darkness. The network was now a weapon as much as it was a bridge. I felt a cold shiver run through my glass frame. I had thought of myself as a gardener, but now I realized I was also a soldier. The beauty we had cultivated was fragile, and it required the strength of a billion suns to protect it. The gray figure nodded in agreement, and I felt its resolve harden into a diamond edge. We were taken to a chamber that overlooked the galactic core itself. The core was not a black hole, but a fountain of white fire that poured out the raw materials of the universe. Around it, thousands of ships of light were massing like a swarm of fireflies. These were the vessels of the surveyors from every corner of the galaxy. I could feel the presence of the others, now a vast and diverse brotherhood of light. There were beings of gas and beings of stone and beings of pure thought. We were all united by the same purpose and the same love for the garden. The sight was so magnificent that I forgot my fear. We were the vanguard of life itself. The architect gestured toward the void beyond the farthest stars. I saw the darkness moving like a slow and heavy oil. It was swallowing the light of the distant clusters and leaving nothing behind but a hollow ache. It was moving toward the sector we had just mapped. It was coming for the Earth and the blue world and the water world. I felt a surge of protective fury that made my core flare with a brilliant white light. I would not let them be erased. I would not let the songs be silenced. I was a surveyor of the mother tree, and I carried the fire of a billion stars. The gray figure and I were assigned to a ship that looked like a sliver of a crescent moon. It was made of the same iridescent glass as my body, and it responded to my thoughts with the speed of a reflex. We were to lead a fleet toward the advancing shadow. Our task was to anchor the network in the path of the void and create a barrier that it could not cross. It was a mission of extreme peril, but I did not hesitate. I felt the strength of the people of Silverton and the inhabitants of the integrated worlds flowing through me. They were the roots that held me steady in the storm. As we launched from the galactic center, I felt the power of the core pushing us forward. We were traveling at speeds that bypassed the physical limits of the universe. The stars became long streaks of light, and the galaxies became blurred patches of color. I sat at the helm of the ship and let my mind merge with the navigation system. I could see the entire web of the network laid out before me. I could see the pulses of life and the cold pockets of the void. I steered our vessel toward the darkest point on the map. The journey took us through regions of space that were haunted by the ghosts of dead stars. We passed through nebulae that were red with the blood of dying worlds. The closer we got to the shadow, the more the network began to fray. The signals from the other surveyors became distorted and filled with static. The void was trying to drown us in its own emptiness. I held onto the memory of the mother tree and the scent of the ranch after a rainstorm. These simple human things were my anchor against the infinite nothingness. I would not let the darkness take them. We reached the front lines of the conflict near a cluster of stars that were already beginning to dim. The shadow was a wall of blackness that stood miles high and light years wide. It had no shape and no features, but it radiated a sense of absolute malevolence. It was the hungry mouth of the universe trying to consume itself. I looked at the gray figure and saw that it was glowing with a fierce and steady light. It gestured for me to begin the deployment. We had to weave the light of the network into a net that could catch the darkness. I reached out with my mind and connected with the other ships in our fleet. We began to circle the edge of the shadow, spinning a thread of violet energy behind us. It was a delicate and dangerous dance. If we moved too close, the void would pull us in. If we stayed too far, the net would not hold. I felt the strain of the energy as it passed through my body. It was like holding a lightning bolt in my bare hands. My glass frame began to crack under the pressure, but I did not let go. I poured every ounce of my will into the thread. The shadow fought back. It sent out tendrils of coldness that lashed at our ships like whips of obsidian. I saw several of our companions flicker and go out as they were consumed by the darkness. Their deaths were not loud, but they were felt as a sudden and painful gap in the choir. I gritted my teeth and pushed harder. We were making progress. The violet net was beginning to glow with a fierce intensity, and the shadow was recoiling from its touch. We were carving a line in the sand of the stars and telling the darkness that it could go no further. Deep within the shadow, I felt a presence that was different from the rest. It was a mind that was ancient and filled with a cold and calculating logic. It was the source of the entropy. It was a being that had decided that the universe was a mistake and that the only way to fix it was to end it. It spoke to me in a voice that was like the grinding of stones. It told me that my efforts were futile and that the light was just a temporary flicker in an eternal night. It told me that the garden would eventually wither and that the mother tree would die. I did not answer with words. I answered with the memory of the first flower I had seen bloom on the blue world. I showed the presence the joy of the water people as they took to the sky. I showed it the simple and enduring love of the people on the ranch. I told the darkness that even if the light was temporary, it was still real. I told it that the song was worth singing even if it eventually ended. The presence recoiled in shock. It could not understand the value of the finite. It could only see the perfection of the void. The violet net snapped into place. It was a brilliant and shimmering barrier that stretched across the entire sector. The shadow slammed against it with the force of a supernova, but the net held. The energy of the network surged through the barrier, and for a moment the darkness was illuminated from within. I saw the twisted shapes of the things it had consumed and the shattered remains of the worlds it had erased. The light did not just stop the shadow, it began to heal the damage. The stars that had been dimmed began to shine again, and the nebulae began to glow with new life. The battle was not over, but the tide had turned. We had held the line and proven that the light was stronger than the void. I felt a sense of overwhelming relief as I slumped in my seat. My body was covered in fine cracks and my energy was nearly depleted. The gray figure came to my side and placed a cool hand on my brow. It told me that we had done the impossible. We had survived the encounter with the source of the darkness. We had saved the sector and protected the garden. I looked out at the shimmering net and the stars beyond. I knew that there would be more battles to come. The shadow was vast and its hunger was infinite, but we were no longer afraid. We had the network and we had each other. We were the surveyors of the mother tree, and we would continue to plant the seeds of life in the dark places of the universe. I felt the familiar pull of the network calling me back to the galactic center. Our report would be a song of victory and a warning of the challenges ahead. As we turned our ship toward the heart of the galaxy, I felt a sudden and unexpected warmth. It was a signal from the Earth. I could feel the people of Silverton looking up at the night sky and sensing the change in the atmosphere. They did not know what had happened, but they felt the return of hope. I saw the woman I loved standing on the porch of the ranch and looking at the stars with a smile on her face. I realized that my journey had brought me back to where I started in a way I had never expected. I was the bridge between the ranch and the stars, and my love was the thread that held the universe together. The white light of the gateway opened before us, and I stepped into it with a light heart. The journey was continuing, and the morning was waiting. We were going back to the center to prepare for the next phase of the expansion. We were going to grow the garden until it filled the entire cosmos. I was a gardener, and my work was eternal. I felt the presence of the mother tree all around me, and I knew that I was finally home. The song of the universe was rising to a crescendo, and I was proud to be one of its voices. The darkness would never win as long as there was a single heart that dared to dream of the light. The return to the galactic center was marked by a profound change in the atmosphere of the high halls. Where there had once been a sense of scholarly observation and quiet tending, there was now the electric charge of immobilization. The victory at the edge of the shadow had sent ripples through the entire network of light. I walked through the corridors of frozen lightning and felt the eyes of 1,000 different species upon me. I was no longer a novice surveyor or a curious guest. I was a veteran of the first great stand. My glass body hummed with the resonance of the violet net, and the cracks in my frame had been filled with a luminous silver resin that made me stronger than I had been before the battle. The gray figure walked beside me in a silence that felt like shared respect. We reached the central chamber where the architects waited. The fountain of white fire at the core of the galaxy seemed to burn with a more focused intensity. It was not just creating matter now, it was forging purpose. One of the architects, who appeared as a shifting kaleidoscope of amber wings, stepped forward. It did not speak, but instead projected a map of the entire galaxy into the air between us. The map was a vibrant web of gold and blue, but at the far edges, the black stains of the entropy were still visible. The barrier we had created was holding, but it was only one wall in a house that was surrounded by a rising tide. The architect indicated a series of isolated points deep within the territory already claimed by the darkness. These were the lost seeds. They were ancient outposts of the mother tree that had been cut off for eons. They held the original blueprints for the expansion and the keys to a power that could do more than just block the shadow. This power could transmute the void back into living light. The mission was clear, but the danger was absolute. We were to go behind the lines of the enemy into the heart of the silence to retrieve the memory of the first dawn. We were to be the scavengers of hope in a graveyard of stars. I felt the weight of the task press down on my crystalline shoulders. It was one thing to fight a defensive battle with a fleet at my back, but it was quite another to dive into the throat of the monster itself. I thought of the ranch and the simple warmth of the kitchen stove. I thought of the way the grass smelled in the early morning before the heat of the summer sun took hold. Those memories were becoming more than just comfort. They were the evidence that the light was worth every risk. I looked at the gray figure and saw my own determination reflected in its steady glow. We would go. We would find the seeds. Our ship was modified for the journey. The iridescent hull was coated in a layer of void-resistant material that looked like liquid shadow. It would allow us to move through the darkness without being immediately detected. We were also given a device that looked like a small silver acorn. This was a direct link to the heart of the mother tree. It would serve as our compass and our anchor. If we were lost, it would guide us back. If we found a seed, it would provide the energy needed to awaken it. We stepped onto the bridge, and the floor vibrated with a low and hungry thrum. The architects bowed as we departed, and their many wings created a sound like a rushing wind. The transition back to the frontier was faster this time. We bypassed the established gateways and used the secret veins of the network that ran beneath the surface of reality. It was like traveling through the roots of the universe. We saw things that defied description. We saw the skeletons of gods and the nurseries of nebulae that would not be born for another billion years. We saw the thoughts of the mother tree taking shape as slow pulses of emerald light. It was a journey through the subconscious of the cosmos, and it left me feeling both insignificant and vital. We were the white blood cells of a giant organism rushing to heal a wound. When we emerged into the territory of the shadow, the change was immediate and chilling. The light of the stars was muffled as if seen through a thick and dirty veil. The colors were drained from the world, leaving only shades of gray and bruised purple. There was no sound at all, not even the hum of the ship. The silence was heavy and aggressive. It felt like a physical pressure against my mind. I gripped the controls and focused on the silver acorn. It was glowing with a faint but steady pulse. It was pointing us toward a dead system 3 light years away. As we moved through the wreckage of the sector, I saw the remains of worlds that had once been part of the garden. They were now nothing more than cold cinders. The oceans had been turned to ice and the atmospheres had been stripped away. There were no ghosts here because the shadow did not leave anything behind. It was a total erasure. I felt a deep and abiding sorrow for the lives that had been lost. I thought of the singing whales and the clockwork cities. They were gone, but they were not forgotten. I carried their stories within me, and that made me a living archive. I would not let their end be in vain. We arrived at the target system. It was a place of jagged asteroids and a single bloated red star that was being choked by a ring of black dust. At the center of the dust ring was a structure that looked like a tangled knot of obsidian vines. This was the ancient outpost. It was covered in a layer of the entropy that moved like a slow and oily slime. The silver acorn in my hand began to vibrate violently. It recognized its kin. We piloted the ship into the heart of the knot, moving with a precision that required every bit of my concentration. One wrong move would alert the presence that watched from the dark. We docked at a platform that was crumbling under the weight of time. I stepped out of the ship and felt the coldness of the void seep through my glass skin. It was a cold that did not just freeze the body, but chilled the soul. The gray figure held up a lantern of violet light, and the darkness retreated a few inches. We walked down a long hallway lined with statues of the first surveyors. Their faces were worn away by the erosion of the void, but their poses still spoke of courage and defiance. We were walking in the footsteps of giants, and the air was thick with the scent of ozone and ancient rain. At the end of the hallway, we found the Chamber of the Seed. It was a massive vault sealed with a door made of solid sunlight. The door was the only thing in the system that the shadow had not been able to touch. It shone with a brilliance that made my eyes ache. I held the silver acorn up to the center of the door, and the two objects merged in a flash of white energy. The door slid open with a sound like a great bell being struck. Inside, the room was filled with a soft green light that felt like a warm embrace. In the center of the room, on a pedestal of white stone, sat the seed. It was not a physical object, but a sphere of concentrated life. It was a swirl of leaves and water and fire and air, all contained within a transparent shell. It was the original thought of the mother tree. As I approached it, I heard 1,000 voices singing in harmony. It was the song of the beginning. I reached out to take it, but as my fingers brushed the shell, the entire station shuddered. The shadow had found us. A massive tentacle of blackness crashed through the ceiling of the vault. It was followed by a wave of cold that threatened to extinguish our lanterns. The gray figure stepped between me and the darkness. It expanded its light until it filled the entire room. It was a wall of violet flame standing against the advancing night. It told me to take the seed and run. It told me that it would hold the line. I hesitated. I did not want to leave my companion behind. We had traveled so far together, and we had become a part of each other. But the gray figure looked at me with a gaze that was both sad and resolute. It knew that the mission was more important than any one life. It knew that the seed was the only hope for the galaxy. I grabbed the seed and felt a surge of energy that nearly knocked me unconscious. It was like holding the heart of a son. I turned and ran back toward the ship. Behind me, I could hear the roar of the shadow and the crackle of the violet flame. The station was falling apart. Rocks were raining down from the ceiling and the floor was buckling. I did not look back. I focused on the ship and the promise I had made to the architects. I was a gardener and I had a harvest to protect. I reached the docking bay just as the platform began to collapse into the red sun below. I threw myself into the cockpit and ignited the engines. The ship leaped away from the station just as it was swallowed by a massive surge of black oil. I looked at the sensors and saw a single point of violet light burning in the heart of the darkness. It stayed there for a long moment, a stubborn spark in the infinite night, and then it vanished. The gray figure was gone. I felt a hollow ache in my chest that no amount of light could fill. I had lost my guide and my friend. But I was not alone. The seed was glowing in the seat beside me, and its song was a comfort in the silence. I pushed the ship to its limits. The shadow was chasing me now. I could feel its cold fingers brushing against the hull. It was a pack of wolves hunting a single deer. I dove back into the secret veins of the network, using the seed to guide my way. The darkness tried to follow, but the light of the seed was too pure for it to touch. I was a streak of white fire moving through the roots of the world. I did not stop until I saw the familiar glow of the galactic center. I burst through the final gateway and collapsed onto the floor of the bridge. The architects were waiting for me. They took the seed with a reverence that was almost holy. They told me that the sacrifice of the gray figure would not be forgotten. It had become a part of the song, and its light would shine forever in the halls of origins. They placed the seed in the center of the fountain of white fire, and the entire galaxy seemed to take a deep breath. A wave of green energy swept out from the core, moving faster than light. It washed over the worlds of the network and breathed new life into the tired stars. It reached the barrier we had built and reinforced it with a power that the shadow could not break. I was taken to a place of healing. My glass body was restored and my energy was replenished, but I was changed. The loss of the gray figure had left a mark on my soul that would never fade. I understood now that the garden required more than just planting and tending. It required sacrifice. It required the willingness to give everything for the sake of the light. I sat on a balcony overlooking the white fire and watched as new ships were being prepared. The mission was not over. There were more seeds to find and more worlds to save. I was ready to lead the next expedition. I thought of the ranch one last time. I realized that the people there were safe because of what we had done. They would wake up to a morning that was a little brighter and a little warmer. They would never know the name of the surveyor who had saved them, but they would feel the truth of it in the beauty of the world. I was okay with that. I did not need the recognition. I only needed the knowledge that the garden was growing. I stood up and turned back toward the Hall of Origins. The morning was waiting and the song was just beginning. I was a surveyor of the mother tree and I had a galaxy to tend. I would not rest until every shadow was gone and the light was the only thing that remained. The restoration of my form felt like the slow cooling of molten glass in a mold made of moonlight. The silver resin that bound my fractures did not just mend my shell, but acted as a conductor for the resonance of the seed. I could feel the frequency of the mother tree humming in my marrow. It was a low and ancient thrum that spoke of the time before the first star ignited. The architects watched me with their many eyes and wings, and I could sense their growing urgency. The green wave we had released was a shield and a balm, but it was also a flare. The darkness now knew exactly where the heart of the garden was located. The shadow was no longer just a hunger. It was a wounded beast that was gathering its strength for a final desperate surge. I walked through the gardens of the galactic center and noticed that the flowers were no longer just white or blue. They had begun to take on the colors of the worlds I had visited. I saw petals that shimmered like the scales of the water people and leaves that smelled like the dry sage of the ranch. The memory of the gray figure hung over me like a long shadow at sunset. It was a heavy weight, but it was not a burden. It was a foundation. I realized that the gray figure had not died in the way mortals understand death. It had poured its essence into the light to ensure that the song could continue. I was the vessel for that song now. I was the witness to its sacrifice, and I would not let the silence return. The architects summoned me once more to the central fountain. This time they did not show me maps or lost seeds. They showed me the gathering of the host. Thousands of ships were rising from the hidden cradles of the inner rim. These were not just vessels of exploration. They were engines of preservation. Some looked like giant crystalline needles, while others were shaped like the drifting seeds of a dandelion. They were manned by beings from every corner of the light. I saw the shimmering forms of the gas giants and the solid, stony shapes of the mountain dwellers. We were no longer a collection of scattered species. We were a single immune system responding to a lethal infection. The kaleidoscope of amber wings that served as the lead architect gestured toward a new vessel that stood apart from the rest. It was crafted from the same silver resin that filled the cracks in my body. It was a ship of living light designed to carry the resonance of the first seed into the very center of the entropy. The architect projected a thought into my mind that felt like the taste of cold spring water. It told me that the final phase of the expansion had begun. We were not going to wait for the shadow to reach us. We were going to carry the light into the heart of the void and plant the mother tree itself at the center of the darkness. It was a plan of such audacity that it made my crystalline heart stutter. I boarded the silver ship and felt the controls respond to my touch before I even reached for them. The ship was an extension of my own intent. I was joined by a new crew of surveyors who had been forged in the same fires of the frontier. They were younger than I was, and their bodies were bright and unblemished, but they looked at me with a reverence that made me feel like an ancient mountain. I told them that we were not going out to be heroes. We were going out to be gardeners. We were going to plant a forest in the middle of a desert. I could feel their resolve locking into place alongside my own. We were ready to face the end of all things if it meant a new beginning for the light. As we cleared the atmosphere of the galactic center, I looked back at the mother tree. It was no longer just a metaphor or a spiritual anchor. It was a literal pillar of light that stretched across the dimensions. Its roots were the ley lines of the network, and its branches were the paths between the stars. I could see the golden fruit of new worlds forming on its boughs. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen, and I knew that I would do anything to protect it. We turned our prow toward the blackest part of the sky, where the stars had already been extinguished. The journey would take us beyond the known maps and into the territory of the absolute void. The transition through the network was different this time. We were not traveling through the roots, but through the sap of the universe. The energy was thick and golden, and it filled the ship with a heat that was almost unbearable. I could hear the voices of the architects singing a chorus of protection as we moved. They were weaving a shroud of light around us to hide our passage from the sentinels of the shadow. We passed through regions where time behaved like a liquid and where space was folded like a piece of paper. We saw the ghosts of civilizations that had existed before the current cycle of the universe, and we heard the echoes of their prayers. They were all part of the same story, and we were the latest chapter. When we finally emerged from the golden current, we were in a place of total nothingness. There were no stars here and no nebulae. There was not even the faint glow of cosmic background radiation. It was the true void. It felt like standing on the edge of a bottomless cliff. The shadow here was not a mist or a cloud. It was a solid wall of non-existence. I could feel the ship straining against the pressure. The silver hull groaned under the weight of the silence. I held the seed in my lap and let its green light fill the bridge. It was our only candle in a room that was infinitely dark. We moved forward into the darkness, and the sensors began to pick up the presence of the enemy. They were not ships, but holes in reality. They were shapes that the mind could not fully grasp because they were defined by what they lacked. They were the anti-life. They sensed our presence and began to converge on us like sharks in deep water. I did not feel fear. I felt a cold and focused clarity. I steered the ship through the gaps in their formation, using the resonance of the seed to mask our signature. We were a needle threading its way through the fabric of a nightmare. The deeper we went, the more the shadow tried to crawl inside my mind. It whispered of the futility of our mission. It told me that the universe was a mistake and that the void was the only truth. It showed me images of the ranch burning and the woman I loved turning to dust. It tried to use my own memories against me. I closed my eyes and focused on the feeling of the sun on my face and the sound of the wind in the grass. I remembered the simple love of the people who did not know the scale of the universe, but knew the value of a single life. I told the darkness that if the light was an illusion, then it was a beautiful one, and I would rather die for a dream than live in the truth of the void. The whispers stopped and were replaced by a roar of frustration. The shadow realized that it could not break my will. It lashed out with physical force, and the ship was buffeted by waves of cold energy. The crew worked with a silent and perfect coordination. They redirected the power of the engines to the shields and used the resonance of the seed to repel the grasping tentacles of the void. We were a spark of defiance in the heart of the monster. We were the light that refused to go out. I saw a point of light ahead of us that was different from the green glow of the seed. It was a cold and pitiless white. It was the source. The source of the darkness was not a person or a machine. It was a singularity of pure entropy. It was the point where the universe was being unmade. It looked like a spinning vortex of black glass that was pulling everything toward its center. Around it were the remains of 1,000 galaxies being ground into nothingness. This was the wound in the side of the cosmos. This was what the mother tree had been trying to heal for eons. I knew what I had to do. I did not need the architects to tell me. I steered the ship toward the center of the vortex. The pressure became immense. The silver resin in my body began to glow with a blinding intensity. I felt like I was being stretched across the stars. The seed in my lap began to pulse in time with my own heartbeat. It was no longer a separate object. It was a part of me. I stood up and walked toward the airlock. The crew looked at me with eyes full of sorrow and pride. They knew that I was going where they could not follow. I told them to turn the ship around and head back to the network as soon as I was clear. I told them to tell the architects that the garden was ready to bloom. I stepped out into the void. I did not need a suit or an oxygen tank. I was a being of light and glass, and I was powered by the heart of the mother tree. I floated toward the vortex, and the shadow rushed to meet me. It was like swimming through a sea of frozen oil. Every inch was a struggle. The darkness tried to tear the light from my body, but I held on to it with the grip of a dying man. I reached the edge of the singularity and held the seed out in front of me. I did not throw it, I merged with it. I became the seed. The explosion was not a sound. It was a total transformation of reality. The green light of the seed collided with the black hole of the entropy, and for a moment the two forces were perfectly balanced. Then the light began to win. It did not destroy the darkness. It converted it. It turned the entropy into energy and the void into matter. I felt myself expanding until I was the size of a solar system. I was the roots and the branches and the leaves. I was the mother tree taking root in the heart of the enemy. The vortex of black glass shattered and was replaced by a sun of pure emerald fire. The wave of creation swept outward from the center. It moved across the dead systems and the cold cinders of worlds. Where it touched, the oceans thawed and the atmospheres returned. The ice melted, and the first green shoots of life began to push through the soil. The shadow was driven back not by force, but by the sheer abundance of life. It could not exist in a universe that was so full of song. I felt the connection to the network flare with a brightness that eclipsed everything else. The architects were singing a song of joy that echoed through the dimensions. The garden had won. I found myself drifting in the wake of the explosion. My glass body was gone. I was now a being of pure energy, a shimmering ghost in the new light. I looked toward the galactic center and saw the ships of the host returning home. Their mission was over. The expansion was complete. The universe was no longer a battleground. It was a home. I felt a sense of peace that I had never known. I had done my job. I had been a good gardener. I had planted the seeds, and I had protected the harvest. Now it was time for me to rest. But as I prepared to fade into the light, I felt a familiar warmth. It was a signal from the earth. I looked across the vast distance and saw the blue marble of the planet hanging in the dark. I saw the ranch and the porch and the woman I loved. She was looking at the stars, and I knew that she could see the new light in the sky. She was smiling because she knew that the world was safe. I realized that I did not have to fade away. I could go back. I could not be the man I was before, but I could be the light that watched over them. I could be the bridge. I turned my thoughts toward the earth and felt the universe respond. The mother tree was not just a place or a thing. It was a connection. I was a part of it, and it was a part of me. I would always be the surveyor, but now I would also be the guardian. I would watch over the ranch and the stars and the people who dreamed of the light. The song of the universe was a chorus now, and I was one of its most beautiful voices. The darkness was gone, and the morning had finally arrived. I closed my eyes and let the warmth of the earth pull me home. The journey was not over. It was just beginning in a new and more wonderful way. The transition back to the physical world was like a slow descent through layers of warm honey. I did not have a body of glass or a heart of silver anymore. I was a vibration in the air and a shimmer in the light. The architects had told me that my work was done, but they did not understand the nature of a promise. I had told the woman on the porch that I would return, and even the end of the universe could not prevent me from keeping my word. I moved across the stars with the speed of a thought. The new green suns that I had planted were already beginning to pulse with the rhythm of the mother tree. They were beacons that would guide the next generation of surveyors. The shadow was a memory, and the void was now a cradle for new life. I reached the edge of the solar system and felt the familiar pull of the blue planet. It was a small and fragile thing compared to the vast engines of the galactic center. but it held a weight that the architects could never measure. It was the place where I had learned what it meant to care for something that could not save itself. I entered the atmosphere not as a meteor of fire, but as a soft glow that blended with the colors of the sunset. I saw the mountains and the valleys and the winding rivers. Everything was exactly as I had left it, but there was a new clarity to the air. The static of the entropy was gone. The world was breathing. I found the ranch as the first stars were beginning to appear. The house was a warm island of yellow light in the middle of the dark fields. I could smell the sage and the damp earth and the wood smoke from the chimney. I drifted toward the porch where she was sitting in the rocking chair. She was older than when I had left. There were lines around her eyes that had not been there before, and her hair was the color of winter clouds, but her gaze was as steady as ever. She was looking at the horizon, where the emerald light of the new sun was just visible above the trees. She knew that the world had changed, and she knew that I had played a part in it. I did not have a voice that could speak to her ears, but I had a resonance that could speak to her soul. I settled into the space beside her and let my energy fold around her like a blanket. She did not jump or cry out. She simply stopped rocking and let out a long breath that she had been holding for many years. She reached out her hand and rested it on the railing where the light of my presence was strongest. I felt her warmth and her peace. There were no words needed between us. The silence was not a void anymore. It was a conversation. I realized that I would not be able to stay in this form forever. My essence was still tied to the mother tree, and the garden was vast. There were other worlds that needed a guardian and other seeds that needed to be planted. But for this night, I was exactly where I needed to be. I watched the moon rise over the hills, and I felt the deep harmony of the earth. The song of the universe was a quiet melody here, but it was just as powerful as the roar of the galactic center. It was a song of growth and endurance and the simple beauty of a life well lived. As the dawn began to break, I felt the pull of the network calling me back. The architects were preparing a new expedition, and they wanted me to lead the way. I was the bridge between the high heavens and the humble earth. I stood up in my mind and looked at the woman one last time. She was asleep in her chair with a faint smile on her lips. I left a small spark of my light in the garden near the porch. It would grow into a flower that never faded, and a scent that would always remind her of the man who had gone to the stars. I was a surveyor of the mother tree, and my journey was infinite. I rose into the sky and joined the stream of light that was flowing toward the center of the galaxy. I looked back at the earth until it was a tiny sapphire in the dark, and then I turned my face toward the future. The darkness was gone, and the light was the only thing that remained. I was ready to lead. I was ready to plant. I was ready to be the light that watched over the garden. The morning was waiting, and the song was just beginning. I moved forward into the infinite night, and I was not afraid. The garden was growing, and I was the one who would ensure that it never stopped. The ship of living light was waiting for me at the edge of the network. My new crew was standing on the bridge, and their eyes were full of the same wonder that I had felt when I first saw the white fire. They were the children of the new era, and they were eager to see what lay beyond the horizon. I took my place at the helm and felt the ship hum with anticipation. We were no longer fighting a war. We were conducting a symphony. We were going to find the lost places and bring them back to life. We were going to make sure that the shadow never found a place to hide again. I reached out and touched the controls, and the ship leaped forward into the golden current. We were moving faster than light and faster than time. We were a streak of white fire moving through the roots of the world. I thought of the gray figure and the sacrifice it had made. I thought of the architects and their vision of a perfect garden. And I thought of the woman on the porch and the simple love that had kept me human. All of it was part of the same truth. We were all gardeners in our own way, and the universe was our home. I closed my eyes and let the song carry me into the deep unknown. The journey was not over. It would never be over. And that was the most beautiful thing of all. As we crossed the threshold of the next galaxy, I saw a cluster of stars that had never been mapped. They were bright and vibrant, and they seemed to be reaching out toward us. I smiled and steered the ship toward them. There was work to be done, and there were stories to be told. I was the surveyor, and I had a whole universe to tend. The light was with me, and I was with the light. We were the guardians of the mother tree, and we would not rest until every corner of the cosmos was filled with the green fire of life. The mission was a success, and the future was a garden that would bloom for eternity. I felt the resonance of the seed in my marrow one last time, and then I let it go. I was the light now, and the light was me. The song continued, and I was the melody that would never end. I looked out at the infinite expanse of the stars, and I knew that I was home. The garden was safe, and the morning had finally come to stay. We sailed into the heart of the new day, and the universe sang with us.